Hello.
Hello.
Howdy.
Happy May the 4th.
We find ourselves in a rare and special circumstance where Justin is able to speak immediately at the beginning of the
Yes.
Yeah, and now it has shifted the weird volume stuff to Steve.
Okay.
He sounded
cursed.
wonky to me.
Cursed on. I got a little bit of the wonkiness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just John.
Well, I'm happy to be cursed since I'm not usually kicking off.
I-
There it goes. The wonkiness is gone.
Well, I mean, it was always a thing with only the first few seconds, so we got to see next
Yeah.
time.
I feel bad. I feel bad. I passed my curse on to you, Steve. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did, so I
If there's
can't tell
any
you how to
justice in the
pass it on
world,
to someone else.
Justin, I should probably receive a few curses from each of you guys.
How many curses do you think each of us deserve?
Oh my
We've
God.
talked about punches, but have we talked about curses?
Curses.
Oh, I'm certain I've taken on more than my fair share.
Yep.
Yep.
Agreed. Knowing Johnny,
Okay,
yep.
I feel like I've been hexed in the past.
I
many.
love, like, have you ever Googled the kooky curses where it's just like everything you taste tastes like soap? Like, that's funny, you know what I mean? Like,
That's just a description of like, are you limiting the kooky curses, quote unquote, to like real human experiences, like
yeah.
a cilantro thing?
Yeah,
Or
like you no matter what you do, you always put your clothes on backwards.
Like you always have a gentle itch just out of reach.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny.
That's terrible. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. It's not necessarily overtly horrible, but it is
Yeah.
kind of horrible.
Yeah.
I have not looked up the kooky curses.
Oh,
Is there a
there's
scroll that
No,
which may
no.
be found?
I'm sure you could just Google it. I don't know. What
Or just talk with your friends like this.
what would be?
Yeah, it's not
we've
necessarily
asked-
a proper compendium somewhere. It's just
No, there isn't like a
I don't know.
growing list
Never
of.
Why is this not published?
If we've talked about spells, what would be like your signature like curse that doesn't, like that in that vein where it's not like this doesn't
Yeah.
really affect someone's life, but it's just kind of slightly annoying.
like if we
Yep.
had like a gentle curse that we could cast as a cantrip on
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
at any time. What would
Yeah,
it be?
for sure.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
I
would,
feel
it would
like
just
these
sort of
kooky
give them the
curses.
What?
Sorry, I said I feel like these kooky curses are just how your body starts to feel as you grow into adulthood.
Well, yeah, but like
Well, not necessarily.
it's
though.
not like
Yeah.
you as you get older, you everything tastes like soap, or you accidentally put on all your clothes backwards all the time.
Yeah,
Danny's like, you're
Yeah,
that
just
is happening
describing
to
my
you,
life
Danny. I implore you to see a doctor.
yeah, please. While we still have them. Yeah, I would say that I would love the ability to inflict like a little cantrip curse. It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, if this person is about to say something like just really unnecessary, offensive, and regrettable, then instead they get interrupted partway through by like just a random involuntary bodily thing, like a sneeze, a cough, a little stomach cramp, just just like they were about to say it, but they can't
I like
finish the
that.
dumb thought.
I like
know?
that.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
Good.
And it's what you determine is a dumb thought, or
Oh,
what?
for sure, yeah. Purely selfishly, very
I love
Yeah.
it.
As
Can
all
I-
curses should be.
Can I make a suggestion
Yeah.
as you're crafting this curse? What if it's kookier? What if every time they're about to say something dumb, a ram like headbutts them out of nowhere, and the ram disappears after? You can't see it. It's just
No one else sees the ram.
and no
I'll
one
give you
else sees-
points. No, that sucks. So I'll give
Arguably
you points
very
for hilarity, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know that will be my signature curse. I don't want
sure.
to have a ram attack every
For sure,
time,
for sure. I get
especially if it, they're not going to last long. But
I hear that.
If you
Did
want
you
it
already name the
kookier, but
curse?
more in the vein that you've established, you could just make it always farts, like loud farts.
that's good.
Yeah.
Or like bubbles come out of your mouth.
good.
yeah,
That's pretty
something just very noticeable and embarrassing.
a fart, but is always like right on the edge of being a shart. Like
Yeah.
they have to go check every time.
So it's
low
a
fear
the wet part.
immediately.
Always fart.
Kind of hurts on the way out.
Like,
You know you got checked.
Oh, yep. Yikes. Okay, I
Always
embrace
fart.
that. I think we can keep things in the
Yeah.
fart on the edge of shart lane.
My brain immediately goes to something that feels way less kooky and a lot more malicious. So maybe I need to rethink this a bit.
So fine. Let's say it. We'll workshop it. We already helped Steve.
Lighten up, Johnny. Lighten up.
Because here's what I was thinking: is I want to be able to make it so if someone is annoying me, I can cast a cantrip. So right before they go to enjoy something they've been looking forward to, they immediately remember the most embarrassing thing they've ever done.
Oh
Like they've been really looking forward to the creme brulee at this restaurant. They just finished their dinner. They cracked the sugar on top of the creme brulee, and all of a sudden they remember that time that they asked that girl out in a really embarrassing way.
That's good.
I love that.
That's pretty good. That is very malicious, though.
But it's also
it's
just
a
like,
delightful
it's not like
curse.
horrible to someone.
Yeah,
you know?
for
Like,
sure.
it's-
Like you can push through it.
pants
Yeah,
fall
They can
off.
still enjoy
Yeah.
something.
exactly.
I thought he was
Honestly.
going to go way worse based on the setup.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
man, he's going to throw like a ram in there or something violent, you know?
There are
But-
times where ADHD is
get
also just
kookier.
like that. So
Yeah.
I think it's fine. to-
Instead of them remembering the embarrassing thing, it suddenly pops into someone else's head and they say it out loud.
Remember that time that you asked that girl?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
weren't
I'm
even there
eating
for that. I
alone in
didn't
a
know about
restaurant. Yeah. How does this waiter know?
I think that I would have every right shoe you put on turn into a left.
Ooh.
So you're just
Ooh.
always
Like you
left
put it
wrist.
on and it becomes a left
Yeah,
shoe.
it's a left shoe.
inescapable.
Yeah.
Call that one the curse.
Only
of-
solutions that remain barefoot all the time? Or
Like,
Surgically
Yeah.
turn your foot around.
Yeah. Just get plastic surgery.
Ah.
Just,
Yeah,
hey, can you
well.
swap my feet, doctor?
I have 2 left feet. Is that possible?
Can someone, do you have any
You're gonna have
left
to get it from
owners?
someone else. There are too many bones in a
I
foot
don't
to
think
switch
people
around.
donate left feet.
Yeah. This guy's been walking in a circle for 6 months.
I think mine might be kind of in the same vein as Johnny's. It does seem kind of malicious when I think about it, and also it doesn't really seem like something I'd want to put on people, but it's just something that I thought about. My curse, I don't know what it'd be called, but the more excited someone is to talk about something, the louder they'll hear a slightly delayed playback of their own voice in their head. So it'll just be
Ooh.
more and more impossible
that's
to talk
awful.
about.
That is
'Cause,
very
you know, have you
awful.
seen those videos of people with those headphones and they're trying to talk like that, and they start like mumbling and they're talking like this, and they can't say it? Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That
Mine would
is
someone,
be,
someone wants to say something.
every like I'd say like week or so, anything that you have or do or interact with that has a terms and conditions, you have to read the entire thing. before you-
Oh, that's so good. That's
That's
a
that's
great
really good.
curse.
And so every like week, you can't use anything on your phone, man. You got to read all
Oh.
the terms and
That's
conditions.
even
That's been a thought of mine.
even if it's not every week, that's still such a good curse. Every terms and conditions
Yeah.
have to read every single word.
Well,
Oh.
I wanted it to be a little bit more persistent because I feel like you could avoid it for a while if you wanted to.
You
That's what I
could, but
thought of mine,
eventually you're gonna
like-
have to read the terms
Yeah.
and services somewhere.
I just thought of another one that is in the same vein, but not the same thing at all. Is every Friday, everything that you bought throughout the week, you get charged for again, and there's nothing that your bank can or will do about it.
See, that just feels cruel.
This was a terrorist.
That's just cruel.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
I-
curse.
I think I
a
would
curse.
die destitute if I was cursed by that.
Possibly.
I just had this thought, like, what if you're at the gates of heaven, and that's one of the things you have to do, and they're like, hey, let's go back and look at all the terms and conditions you've skipped. All right, what? Oh,
No, there's only
Is he
one that
on?
really matters, and it's for Winrar. Or is it?
If you just get
no.
in the head.
Lucky for us, the gates of heaven aren't a real place, so none of us have to worry about that.
As real as you
Crazy.
want.
Wonderful.
All right.
I
Speaking
I
of
think we should
fictional
play-
places, should we jump into
play
it?
D&D. I mean, you should play
Nice.
D&D now.
Okay,
Oh yeah, we should. We should play D&D.
let's play D&D.
um,
So last time, you guys did some really fun stuff, and you ended up in the Fey realm. You were introduced to Cass's friend Celine, and I use friend somewhat loosely, but Cass's friend Celine, who helped you guys get to. Yes, Nick, you are level 4.
I'm just establishing. We're in the Feywilds.
Yep. Yeah. So you guys are level 4 and in the Fey realm, and will probably have a TPK today. And so last time, Lyrian found out that she ended up finding a member of the Waking Root in Hilltop as you guys were walking through Hilltop, and I found out from this person Lothiel that the rest of the Waking Root had just vanished, that they'd come together for their annual festival and disappeared. The four of you went to investigate to try and figure out what had happened, and you discovered that it seemed like Waking Root had been somehow transported to Feywild, into the Fey realm. And so with the help of Celine, Cass's friend, associate, on retainer Oracle, you made your way to the Feywild as well, which is where we start. You guys, you appear suddenly. There's like a whoosh of air as the spell is cast. As you all hold hands, standing in a circle. As Celine transfers you to her home, to the place she came from. Your eyes begin to kind of focus as you stop moving. There's a sense of you moving through space and space moving through you, and suddenly it stops and you are standing in a field, and you look up and there are stars in the sky, a bright deep violet moon hanging in the air, a sun that is slightly the wrong color on the horizon, looking like it's just about to set but not quite moving either. And you hear the sound of crickets and birds and all kinds of wildlife like chirping. And as you look around, you see in the distance large trees are dotting the horizon. You see what might be castles in the distance, and you get the overwhelming, almost oppressive sense that you are being watched from every direction.
What an intro.
Well, Lyrian, I'm assuming you've been to the Feywild, right?
Johnny, I'm going to say that would be really unheard of.
Yeah, you have not.
Yeah, I'm guessing Lyrian has only maybe heard tell of a rare person here or there who has gone into the Feywild.
I cannot remember if we established this in episode last week, but Steve and I have had a conversation offline for sure, where so I could tell you guys definitively, no one that you guys know of has been to the Fey realm in centuries. The Waking Root used to travel back and forth into the Fey realm regularly, but that hasn't happened in nearly 1,000 years.
Okay.
Yep, so older than Lyrian, you know.
That's old.
So it might have been like as Lyrian was growing up, she heard, a murmur here or there about some elder person who had supposedly gone to the Feywild, but they would not be alive now, type of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Cass, I will not be of much use here. I've never been.
Wait, sorry. So you've never been here? None of us have ever been here.
Indeed.
I'm
And
from
the Waking
here.
Root should not be here.
Celine
And that is
chimes
why
in.
we are here.
No, Celine, I know you've been here, but you don't want to guide us the entire time, right?
No, I don't think I do, but I've been here. That's the question, isn't it?
The follow-up question was how are we going to navigate? How are we going to find our way through? It seems like we're on our own. All right, let's just pick a direction and start walking, yeah?
You see something that is very familiar to you, Cass. All of a sudden, Celine, her body kind of stiffens and her irises disappear into a cloud of black. And a voice that is not hers comes out of her mouth. And you are used to, the voice is not always the same. It changes from time to time. And you hear a voice coming out of her mouth. As her mouth, the rest of you see Celine's eyes cloud black. And her mouth is not moving. She is not speaking. Her mouth is just hanging open as words flow forward. As a voice says, Where shadows dance and moonbeams weave, a hidden path your eyes deceive. Through ancient trees where secrets sleep, I rush and flow and secrets keep. I have no voice, but I can be heard. Rustling leaves and every word. What guides your steps, though no voice is heard? To where revelry's call is preferred. And with this, a gust of wind begins blowing the grass that you're standing among to the west.
It would seem we must follow the wind,
All right.
unless you have another interpretation.
Did anyone write that down?
I got about the first couple lines. Literally.
There was no way. I
So-
don't. It like literally
Ooh.
just went in one ear. And
I
think
didn't
it's
think
went on
to pull up
I believe I've memorized it.
Oh.
Well, and if
that's
the
fine.
wind's
Oh,
blowing
perfect.
that way, that's at least something.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Rhyming
Yeah.
helps.
Lyrian, make an intelligence check.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, this is the way that I envision the waking root having shared in past knowledge.
Yeah, for sure.
That makes sense.
And so it just like fits right in the lane of like, oh yeah, this is a juicy way to actually learn something. Here I am instinctually reaching for my dice when I'm not sure that I have a D20 in this country. Let's go over here.
Do I even have those there?
Do we
Oh,
even
wow.
have D20? Oh, we do. We have our nerds here in Spain, but if funnily enough, they're called freakies.
Oh.
Wait,
I would be a
freaky?
freaky.
No, wait, that's kind of mean.
That is some
Something,
freak-
Spain is
about
a
the
very
accent
different
makes it-
configuration of mean. I think here it's definitely not considered mean, but you're right. It could be that it's mean.
Something
by
about
other
the toad makes
perspectives.
it seem less mean too.
Yeah, like people are proudly like, yeah, I'm a freaky, you know.
I'm a freaky. I'm a little freaky.
I'm a little freaky.
I mean, I am
Did
a
you
little
say
freaky.
We know.
you said intelligence check, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
because
Your
it's for your ability
intelligence.
to memorize something that you've heard once relatively quickly.
Sounds awesome. Oh, base 4, so a total of 9. Oh no.
You
You
think
know what though?
memorized it?
Here's the thing. I think with the context that you already gave, this is
Yeah.
how the waking root shares information.
Yeah.
I do want to
The
let you
RP
roll with
might help.
advantage.
Okay. Let's see if the other one does better.
8.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be like a slight. Yeah, it's going to be 6 plus 5 is 11. 11. All right.
11 does it. It was not
Oh.
a terribly high DC.
Yeah,
so I'm
Oh.
gonna drop it in the chat for you to actually be able to.
Thank you.
Where shadows dance and moonbeams weave.
You don't got to hit it again, man.
Your eyes deceive.
Snap, snap.
Can you mute Danny for me?
If only I had the power.
I thought us freakies are supposed to stand together, Justin.
my DM asked me to do something. I'm gonna do it.
You're right.
Do it. Thanks for getting that prophecy there.
Put your back into it.
So what do you guys do?
I would like to I've made a suggestion as Lyrian. I'd like to actually like roll something to see if that feels like the right interpretation of the words we've heard.
Sure.
Following
I think that would be
the
an
wind.
insight check.
Excellent.
Mm.
Insight it is.
I think
Base
anybody who wants
10,
to roll insight on this because
15.
Lyrian said it out loud can. 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you feel confident that is correct.
All right. Well, we've got a strong gust that immediately followed the voicing. Do we have our Fey guide back to her
Yeah,
or their
the-
normal self?
The black clouding shifts back from Celine's eyes and they become a deep, kind of almost shifting bluish green again. And she does not seem terribly aware that just happened.
Ah, I don't like that at all. As Steve, I'm very uncomfortable.
Gas, is that normal?
That is about how it goes every time. Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes
do
she
it again.
remembers. You did it again. Yeah.
Well, that's progress, I guess. It hasn't happened in a while.
It is a little concerning that it's here in the Feywild, but at least it's something.
It's true. suppose.
And we fully trust this entity speaking through Celine, yeah?
I mean, I don't know what's speaking through Celine. I trust Celine, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it was Celine that was telling us that.
Yeah, but
The
I
Fae
don't-
can be trusted to act as they do.
Mm-hmm.
This is true and wise. No, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know how much you all know about the rules of the Fae, but we are rule followers. I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of us are tricksters as well, but we can't lie in the Fae realm.
that's
Yeah.
good to know.
Is whatever speaking through
That
you
doesn't
even
mean
a
that
Fae?
every deal you make is safe, but we can't lie here.
Omission of the truth is not considered a lie.
I'm rolling all the dice today. I would love to do a history check to see if I
Okay.
have ever heard that is true. Because if I'm
Yeah.
only hearing it for the first time in this realm, I have no basis to determine that like I'm being told a lie right now.
Yeah.
And I'd give my history the
Consultation.
yeah. Oh, base 2. We're rolling poorly today over in the Illyrian front.
Get them out of the way.
I'll
get
let
them out of-
everyone else do what you will. I've got a 6 for that roll.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it. You
Yep.
search your memory, and I mean, you've got a lot of memories to sift through, and you're just not pulling up anything
Yeah,
about
yeah.
this.
The only extraplanar beings that Palace has studied are the gods. So,
Yeah.
Make a religion check.
oh, all right. Okay. I mean, Palace is not rolling much better. We get 5.
5. Okay. Yeah, you're searching, you're racking your brain. You're confident that there is some interaction between the gods and the Fae at some point in history, but like you've been thinking about so many other things recently. It's just not. It's
It's
coming
not.
forward.
I can tell
well,
by
look,
all
it's
your
different.
faces you don't believe her. I'll just say that Celine's never lied to me, so take
Yeah.
that.
Well, that
for what
would
you
be uncharacteristic, since she has spent most of your time not in the Fey realm.
Now, I take exception to that. Just because I'm not in the Fae realm doesn't mean I'm trying to lie all the time.
But
That
what
is-
is it
that
that
is
compelled
the-
you to spend time with Cass and bond yourself to her?
Well, I didn't.
She's-
Well, do you want me to answer that, Cass, or do you want to answer for me?
She's sort of tied to our family.
Precisely.
Against your will.
That's what it always sounded like to me.
I mean, is it relevant? It's happened. It is what it is. And here
Well,
I am.
it would seem.
Here we are.
Some of us are treated well, some of us haven't. I like Celine, so
Some have, for sure. I wouldn't. Most haven't, but Cass has been mostly good to me.
I've always
Other than
tried to do
speech.
right by her, so I don't think she's lying.
Jared will whisper to Pellis. Sounds like a case of Stockholm syndrome, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna go well.
Celine, is there any way that we can pursue your freedom?
Well, if we cure the curse, which is the goal of Cass, because she doesn't want to turn into a Leviathan, I'm certain Celine
That-
would be released by whatever.
That is the condition of the bond.
Yeah. I
And
figured.
fairy deals can't be broken easily.
No.
Nearly impossible. So
Would it not be resolved if Cass were to become the Leviathan?
Yes, Larry, and it would also solve them too, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's like worst case scenario.
Really, really quick. Don't accept anything from a Fae that is offered to you, because it is automatically a deal.
Yeah.
now I will say
reference
that's
to
not
Celine's.
entirely true.
Really.
The Fae do have to offer you conditions beforehand, or it's not a deal. It can be a gift.
Oh,
Now, most gifts do lead to deals, but they can give you
Oh.
gifts.
okay. All right. Appreciate that.
Celine,
distinction.
I've got one last question before we start the journey. How common is it among Fae to have episodes such as yours Well, it seems as if some other entity is speaking through you.
It used to be more common. But, I mean, how common is prophecy in your world? Among your people?
I would assume about the same.
Yeah.
There are fewer Fae in general, so my gift seems rarer because the percentages don't really change.
It's probably true.
All right. That comforts me a little more. I trust it a little more. I feel safe to follow.
Marvelous.
Okay. Let's go.
So what, are we following the wind then? Is that what I heard?
It seems to be.
Yes.
Ears are blowing before we started talking about this.
All right, so I think it's that way. The wind is still like gusting to the west.
I imagine if anyone could feel the wind easily, it would be Celine. So
I mean, but you are also in like waist high grass, so you can very definitively see the direction it's blowing.
very
well.
cool. Very cool.
Waist high for them?
Oh,
For
sorry. Cass is just barely poking out of it.
Yeah,
Can't quite see where we're going.
Actually, a really interesting thing happens, Cass. As you walk through the grass, you notice that the grass directly in front of you kind of curls down on itself.
I love it. I love it.
Nice.
Very well.
Can I just say, I wish grass always did this, right? There's so many times that I'm walking somewhere and I just can't see quite where I'm going, and it would be nice if grass always did this.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not. You don't find it disconcerting that it is moving out of its way for you?
No, because I can
Out of
see.
your way?
It's magic. There's magic everywhere, Peleus.
Of
Alright,
all
so-
manifestations of magic, this one does not trouble me. It seems hospitable.
As you guys continue moving, you find in the middle of the grass, you come upon a arch trellis with like flowering vines going along the whole thing. Actually, as you look closer, you notice it's not really a trellis at all. It is just these flowering vines, kind of in the shape of an arch in the middle of this field.
Cool.
And there is a shimmer along either side of the archway. You notice actually Celine kind of shies away from the shimmer. She tries to like keep herself away from that. And there are more vines that kind of hang down in the archway. So you couldn't just walk through it without walking through the vines.
Mhm. This looks ominous. Peleus will pick up like a stone and try to like toss it through the shimmer.
The stone goes through the shimmer, no problem.
Oh, that didn't really mean anything.
Celine, what are we looking at here? You seem like you don't want to go through.
So, the Fey realm is divided into kingdoms, and a lot of the borders have this sort of, we call it the slick. And if you try to go through the slick without permission from the master of the realm, then you well, I mean, it's hard to say. It depends, but nothing good happens.
Great. How do we get permission?
So this doorway is how we get permission. Every doorway, and again, her eyes cloud, and her jaw goes slack, and you
Okay,
hear
all right, you too.
beyond the plain a barrier bright, adorned with stars in darkest night. No lock nor key will see you through, but a twisted word both false and true. Speak what is false to find what is real, and the path ahead I shall reveal.
It's simple. Speak lies and enter.
Melee.
Bello.
What are you saying?
And Celine's eyes
Polish
like
for fun.
uncloud, and it happened again, huh?
That's
Yes.
two within just like about 30 minutes. That's
Shit
interesting.
hasn't happened in a while. That's kind of maybe.
And usually have to
being in this
try.
world.
Well, I mean, there must just be like some sort of sensitivity to like need. I don't know. We need answers, and her ability seems to be providing itself.
you all
Speak
feel
what
like-
is false to see what is real. Yes, Cass.
Sorry, no, I'm just. Do you all feel like we're being watched since we got here?
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
I really don't like it.
that
I'm
was
really
another one of my theories. Considering Celine, maybe whenever speaking through her, just has more of a hold on her in this realm.
Hmm.
But that's a more concerning thought that we don't need to address too directly. I'm going to try something though. He's going to walk a little closer to the archway and say, Cass Bane is the tallest in our group.
And the
Jer-
vines open like a curtain.
All right, here we go. Jared will begin to walk through.
Yeah, Jared walks through successfully, and the curtains fall back down.
Can we like see him like around the shimmer?
No,
Should we,
you
like,
can't
check?
actually.
Lyrian steps forward.
Make a perception check really quick, Pellis.
Okay. All right.
Oh, this is so good.
That thing.
Jared is just
Second
instantly
percent.
dead.
15.
So this is interesting. You notice as you look at the shimmer that it seems to be reflecting the landscape behind you, not revealing landscape further away. And yet,
Oh.
in that reflection, the sky is different. So it only seems to be reflecting the ground. Like
Huh.
it's the setting sun is behind you,
But we're not
but
in
it is not. But and you were also not in the shimmer.
Wow, that hurts the brain a bit. All right.
But Lyrian, you step forward.
So I must say a false word. I am not used to coming up with lies. Lyrian looks boldly into the shimmer. I am afraid of death.
Are you afraid of death, or are you truly not afraid of death?
Indeed
Alright.
not.
Yeah, go ahead and take a step through as the vines open.
Oh.
Excellent.
And Lyrian makes her way through, and then the vines fall.
Maybe the elders just have a different view of the world, but I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, Pellis?
Oh, I hate Diastol and do not believe in his teachings.
Then the vines open.
That was easy. All right.
They fall
Okay.
limp. And as the rest of you are standing on the other side, Celine looks at you, Cass. I can't lie in the realm.
That's so interesting.
Oh no.
Why don't you go back? It'll be alright. We'll find our way.
Are you certain?
If you can't lie, I don't know how you're gonna get through.
You're right.
What would happen if you... Oh, I'm gone. That's right.
You're
Frick.
gone.
Yeah, we're just. Are we?
What
We
happened?
don't know what happened to us.
Wait, just use the Pinocchio paradox. See what happens.
Okay. You be careful, though. I don't know what happens to me if something happens to you.
You know we're not gonna be careful. But we'll be alright.
I know. And she quickly and you notice when she made herself big before you guys plane shifted, she was about Lyrian's height, and she has been this whole time. She takes a step towards you and is suddenly the same size as you, and pulls you into a deep embrace if you let her.
I will.
Oh, that's nice.
And again whispers into your ear, "Please be careful."
I will. Thank you, Celine.
She takes a step back and kind of like, I mean, she's not like ruffled or anything. You can tell she's emotional. She kind of like straightens out her clothes and whispers something under her breath and disappears.
And then Cass, being alone, will sigh and walk up in front of the vines and say, "All of me does not want to become a Leviathan." And the vines open, and she walks through.
The fuck? Weirdo.
I mean, all powerful being.
Yeah.
Enticing.
Cass is a freaky.
Or maybe
And
there's
so-
some other reason. I don't know.
Now that you guys are all through the vine, and what the rest of you have already seen for a moment now, what is revealed to you, Cass, coming through, is another kind of clearing. The grass is low here. It looks like it has been manicured. It is, just like it's like golf course green grass. Like it is, and the grass, actually, let me clarify too. The tall grass that you were walking through before, it's hard to tell if it was a product of the way that the light was, or the kind of perpetual twilight, or what was going on. But that grass was like a navy blue color. But here you step through these vines, and the grass is what you're used to seeing grass look like, just very well manicured. And you notice around. And again, this is a relatively vast expanse. It is not like a yard that you're standing in. But you look out and you can see some large trees kind of dotting the landscape. And you see some boulders, and you see some hedges and bushes. And again, in the distance, you see what appears to be castles and towers and things like that. You look into the sky, and it is like a burnt orange color here. And again, there are stars. You don't see the moon here, but the sun remains in sort of a setting position. Though now you were walking away from the sun. It was at your back when you stepped through the vines, and now it is to your left.
Wow, that is very disorienting. Cass, where's Celine?
Well, for this part of the journey, we're gonna have to do this alone.
Perhaps she cannot lie in this place.
She can't lie, so she couldn't open the vines, Pillis.
Oh. Right. She did just say that. Sorry.
So
It's
it
fine,
seems
But
the
now we
master-
know that she is likely speaking the truth.
I told you she wasn't lying to us.
You did tell us that, which means nothing.
I try not to lie to the three of you. All right,
Well,
I try.
Okay, in Lyrian's defense, I think she just meant that like you could have not known. It's
true.
What is everyone's? I should have this memorized at this point. But what is everyone's passive perception?
13.
11.
13 as well.
15.
Ooh.
Okay, everyone. make
I
a
have the
perception check.
lowest. Alright.
Sorry, what was that, Danny?
You said I have
Sure.
the lowest.
No, not Danny. Sorry, what was that, Johnny? I apologize.
Make a perception check.
I was distracted by Danny.
Actually, I've got the most perception in my class.
I rolled another 5 for perception. So I'm not
A 9.
it's green here.
16.
Okay.
Pellis already didn't realize that Celine couldn't come through because she was lying. So
This fits the bill.
What did you roll, Cass?
Roll perception. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great. 12.
Okay. So I think everyone else, Jared and Pellis and Cass, are kind of having this brief discussion about Celine not being able to come through. And Lyrian, you notice a stone at the edge of this clearing. And you notice that there seems to be writing on this stone.
Yeah, I'll walk over to it carefully, slowly, and kneel down to see if I can read the writing.
What languages do you speak?
Yeah, Lyrian speaks Common, Druidic, Elvish, Goblin, and Primordial.
You notice that these words are not written in a language that you speak. But as you look at them, they shift and change, and all of a sudden, what was written in a language unfamiliar to you is now Druidic. And you see on this stone, it says, where shadows lengthen and the sun descends, the path reveals what truly transcends. North is not north, nor east quite the same. Only by the star's path you'll win this game.
Lyrian, you find something over there?
It would seem we are being evaluated, guided,
I'm never
but
good at that.
with tests of a sort along the way.
And you do see as well that there is a path on the ground that leads straight away from you near the stone, leading out into the clearing.
I'd like to check, though, if the path on the ground, which is the obvious path, is mirrored by anything in the sky. So Lyrian looks for stars. Are there any that she can see?
Yeah. The sky is full of stars. Even though the sky is this like bright orange, like sunset sort of light, you see stars dotting the whole thing.
Is there a pattern that I can discern? Anything like a stronger chain of stars, a path written in the sky?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Or actually make an investigation check.
Okay. That is a nat 20.
Nice.
Oh, finally.
I know. Yes.
I've been rolling.
Yeah. So you do see that the stars, there is like a pattern to them. It seems like a series of constellations that almost look like as you look at these stars, it's almost like, you know how like there's that thing where like constellations, like most of the time you look at it and you're like, I don't know how the person came up with this shape. Like that doesn't look like a bear, but you're saying it is.
Only
like,
Orion's belt is persuasive. Everything else is just like, oh, someone fudged that.
yeah. And so you like, even in like, I think Lyrian is also kind of used to that sense of like, okay, like I'll play the game. Like, yeah, I definitely see that spoon, but it's, it's just not. But as you look at these stars, you see what looks so definitively like a group of 4 people walking down a path. And they seem to be following the path that is in front of you.
Okay, so to me, I would read that as a validation of the path in the grass. So Lyrian just says, I believe it's this way, and starts walking down it.
The only path. That seems pretty straightforward.
I'm gonna drop the thing that was on the rock in the chat as well.
Thank you.
Any of the rest of you who can read, I think it's not hard to notice as you're walking by onto the path that there are words on this, and the words shift into each of your first languages as you look at them.
As the letters
not
shift,
perceptibly to anybody else. Like,
oh, okay.
So it's not like if like Cass reads it Halfling and Pellis reads Common as first language, you're both seeing those languages simultaneously
At the same time.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
And Pellis, you notice that unlike normal, even though you see the words begin to shift into Common for you, and you think like, okay, like the same thing as always, but then they stop. The letters like are more legible than any words have ever been to you.
Huh. Did that become more readable to everybody else?
It's about as readable as.
Yeah.
Or wait, sorry, Johnny. Did you say we did not notice that it was shifting for us?
No, you did. You did.
Okay,
You just didn't see. You saw your own language, and it.
No, okay.
No one else sees the shifting the ways the other sees it.
It just changed to common.
Yeah, it's in
Yeah, did the same for me as well.
But also I can read it like normally.
Oh,
Is that
well,
strange for you? I mean,
Yes.
oh,
yeah, I remember you had trouble in the library.
It's yeah. There's a reason I'm older than most clerical graduates.
oh,
As far as I know, it must be some curse or perhaps just lack of support from the goddess of knowledge,
Leon and Fearin.
Furin and Leon, the goddesses. The words seem to move. They shift around. It's hard for me to make it through.
I don't
Takes me a
know.
long time to read.
I don't know if it helps, but you're the smartest person I know, Bellis.
I really appreciate that. I'm definitely not what I experienced in my priestly training.
Well, fuck the priests, right? Sorry.
Well, no, no. But
Sorry, that was
I appreciate where your thoughts were.
I was trying to be supportive.
Yeah. Don't priests have like a vow
Yeah.
of celibacy, or is that not everywhere?
Oh no, not at all. I mean, some of the gods are gods of lust, and well, specifically Diastol is. It was
Yeah,
pretty
you're so
common.
right. Yeah. So sometimes you do fuck the priests.
And a lot of times they fuck each other.
Yeah. Anyways, maybe there's a way we can like use this fey magic to help with your reading. Maybe it's a conversation for another time.
Oh, I mean, I've already memorized the holy text at this point. I mean, I guess it would be
What could
nice
you
for.
possibly need to read.
I guess it would be nice for menus and.
I don't even need to read. I've just
menus.
memorized a lot of words.
That's reading. That's sight words are a thing. It's a foundational part of learning to read a language. Anyway,
All right. So do you guys start following the path?
yep.
So yeah,
Going down the path.
Yes.
All right.
We found the path.
Let me see here. So as you guys make your way down the path, you said your passive perception is 13, 13, 11, and 15?
Correct.
Okay. As you're walking down the path, Jared, this is like a relatively pleasant stroll. Everything's great.
This is absolutely lovely.
Lyrian, Pellis, and Cass, you notice as you start walking, you get maybe 10 steps down the path, and a rock that you had definitely noticed that was on the left side of the path is now to your right. And a tree that seemed like it was straight ahead is nowhere in sight.
is anyone
Giant
else getting
bars.
really confused walking around?
We get
What's that?
turned around.
On that tree, there's a tree there, no?
I don't think so.
I'll look behind us. Did we pass it?
You did.
It's. I don't. We didn't pass it though, right? Like
That
It
was
was
in
ahead
front
of
of
us.
us the entire time.
I think it's just fey magic. You're worrying yourselves too much.
No, that rock was definitely on the other side of the path.
yeah. I think we turned around, but we definitely did not turn around. Should we just?
Right.
Should we just ignore it?
Let's try turning around.
Mm,
No?
What do you think, Larry?
all right.
Sort of more onto these fey hope
Tricks.
prophecies. Yeah, I don't
We
know.
all
stage.
received the riddle. The stars are supposed to guide us.
And
Okay, let's look at this. I
Yeah, Jared looks up.
Yeah. Is
yeah,
there
I mean,
anything?
you all see the same thing that Lyrian saw. You see these constellations that look like a group of people walking along the path directly above the path that you're standing on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just.
Oh, wait, is it directly above the direction we found ourselves to be walking, or back the way we thought we should be walking?
Mhm, mhm.
It's a great question.
Hey.
And I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. The constellations Lyrian noticed were like directly above at the mouth of the path. You notice now that they are still directly ahead, above you.
Huh. Well, if we're to follow the stars,
Go up.
I think we just keep going this direction. It's still,
Start building a tower.
even though it seems like we've turned around,
We
we
must
should
touch the gods.
ignore that and
Just keep going. All right.
keep following the path.
This seems
What?
sensible.
Let's try it. We're
Great
either
wisdom.
going to find where we're going to go or we'll be lost in the Fey realm forever. So,
Great.
Okay. I want each of you to roll 1d20 and don't add anything to it.
What could this mean? I rolled a frickin' 5 again.
Yeah, I rolled a 5 as well. I feel like I only have luck with card games.
I rolled a 15.
Okay.
1 5.
11.
Okay. So Lyrian is the only one who beat the roll that I rolled for each of you.
Whoa.
Um,
What?
Wait, didn't Cass roll a 15?
I rolled a 15.
yeah, and I
It was
rolled
a
a 20.
contested roll
Oh,
for
he
each of
rolled-
your
It was
rolls.
a contested.
Oh,
I rolled
individual.
4d20
Oh,
and I had them in order, and
And
I was just going
I
to
see.
assign each of you to one of the dice as you spoke up, and so it
That's
just happened
crazy.
that Cass ended up with the 20.
Interesting.
Um,
That is crazy work, Mr. GM.
And so Lyrian is the only one who notices as you continue walking forward and are suddenly at the mouth of the path.
We're suddenly at the mouth of the path again.
Like it looks like the path ends and like you are like it goes out and in front of you is another archway similar to the one before with the shimmer.
We made it.
Is this
So me noticing this, I'm just trying to picture it visually. I'm sorry. Like, I see what seems to be the end of this path.
Mhm.
Okay. And the others do not.
They don't
that-
notice. Like you notice it. And they
Oh,
might
yeah.
be distracted by other things, but
Okay.
Um,
Thank goodness one of us did that.
what the rest of you notice is that the landscape continues shifting around you.
Hmm.
Things that were in one spot are now in another. Nothing seems to be staying in place.
this place is really
I believe it is this
Yeah.
way.
I don't like it.
And I point out the arch. And you said it looks different. It's quite distinct from the previous shimmer.
I didn't say it
First
looks
click?
different. It
Yeah.
just
Oh,
looks
what
like.
did you say?
I said that it looks like there's another arch there.
Another.
This
Yeah.
looks exactly the same as the other one.
I would like to roll to see if I can discern a difference in the arch.
Sure, go ahead. The investigation or maybe insight. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, I'll try insight. Base 11, so 16.
Yeah, and do you step off the path to look at it closer?
I do.
Okay, it is the same. It is the arch, and you are
So we would
back
be
where you
going
started.
backwards.
Are we still on the path? Or like the other three of us?
The other three of you are still on the path, but like where Lyrian
I
just stepped off, you're not
look-
like super far back or something. But
Right. Can I look at where the constellation is?
yeah, it hasn't. It remains directly above you, and you've been walking for quite some time.
Well, do we go back through the gate that we came through?
I think there's only one way to know for sure. And Pellis will step forward. My name is Pellis, and I'm a devout follower of Dystall, a believer of his teachings.
Nothing happens.
The door doesn't react.
Nope.
Okay. I kind of thought it would be the opposite from the other door.
I was gonna guess that as well.
So, my name is not Pellis. It's Cass Brinevane, and I'm going to turn into a Leviathan one day.
The vines pull apart, and you can see the landscape that you left earlier out in front of you on the other side of the door.
I feel like, okay, it's exactly the same, but also we walked to get here, and we followed the star's path.
Anyone who wants to, I want you to go ahead and examine the riddle again. Now that you're back to the rock that has it, feel free to
Yeah.
look at it closely. And if anyone wants to, if you feel like, I will leave it up to like you guys as players. You can figure this out, or you can make a roll.
Where shadows lengthen and the sun descends, the path reveals what truly transcends. North is not north, nor east quite the same. Only by the star's path you'll win this game.
Where's the sun? Which way is the sun setting?
What direction are you facing right now? Are you facing towards the doorway?
Yeah.
Then it's to your right.
Should we just try walking towards the sun?
That would be one interpretation of the star's path, the singular star.
The sun is a star.
Well, and it said something about the sun descending as well too. That's
I am
No,
willing
aren't-
to try it, as I have run out of ideas.
if anything.
Yes, shadows do lengthen if you walk towards the sun, right?
A little bit.
Where shadows
How that
lengthen?
works?
I mean, at the very least, what will most likely happen is if it's wrong, we'll just end up right back here.
We would hope.
Hopefully. All right. Well, for lack of a better idea, let us commit.
Let's do it.
Excellent. I would love for everyone to make another roll of a d20.
We're all looking directly at the sun as we're walking towards it.
Yeah.
19.
Okay.
I rolled a
There's an
3.
18 for me.
Okay.
14.
Okay. Everyone beats the roll that
Nice.
Whoa!
there was for them.
There
So
are only 2 numbers below 3, Johnny. You're sure about that?
there was a 3 that I rolled, so you matched the DC for your particular dice.
Incredible.
So all of you notice you're all a lot more focused now, and you notice as you walk toward the sun that the landscape around you continues shifting. The trees are moving. There's things are suddenly in different places. And you look up in the sky and you notice that the constellation with the stars, the people walking above the path has disappeared entirely. And as you are walking toward the sun, the landscape continually shifting around you, suddenly ahead of you appears a stone archway with
Wow.
shimmering to either side of it again.
Yes, you're right.
Right? I got it. That's incredible. Why don't you trust me more? All of you.
I did not trust you. I was
We went
congratulating
with
you
your
on
idea.
success.
Hey,
No.
did you get defensive right away, guys?
Well, it's because every time I see something, sometimes disregard it. Just it's a
sorry.
pattern I've noticed.
All right. Well, I will do better to make you feel more appreciated and like your input is valued.
I will find
Because
it
it is.
very difficult to do that. As you say
That's
so many
okay,
things
Lyrian,
that I
you
could
could
not
just keep that to
possibly
yourself.
honor all of them.
You could totally just keep that to yourself, Lyrian. That's it's one of those things. Okay, let's walk through the gate. But wait, is there anything blocking our path?
Nope, nothing at all.
All right,
Lyrian's just like sort of
hopefully
like
there's-
quietly
oh,
mumbling as like the group continues, just like with the sheer frequency of words. There's
I
no
had
way.
silence prepared.
I can't believe everything she says.
He's also confessed often to deliberately lying and playing with words.
Yeah, as you guys approach this archway, though, a being appears. They look like almost fox-like, but when you look closely at their fur, it appears to maybe be feathers and not fur at all. Their eyes have that sort of like cat's eye sort of a look to them, with like a vertical slit instead of round pupils. They are smiling at you, and it is not altogether pleasant.
Yeah.
And this is like all we see as we come through.
No, this is a person
Before
who
we
has
get-
appeared in front of the archway.
Oh, sorry.
I not see that too.
It is like a very the way they appear is a very like Cheshire cat like kind of a situation. They like their face shows up first, and then the rest of their body slowly
like this.
comes into focus.
Ah. Everybody
And
else
they-
sing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would assume you are the keeper of this next kingdom.
I keep nothing. I simply am curious.
Are you the one able to let us through?
What is it you desire, and who is it that you seek?
We desire the people of the waking root, and we seek to bring them home.
Oh.
It wouldn't feel fair to lie to you. I have the understanding that you are unable to lie here.
He kind of just waves his hand as if that's not an interesting thing for him to talk to you about.
It's all about curiosity, huh?
The waking root. The waking root. Are you talking about those people with the plant?
Yes, that would be an apt description.
What plant?
The waking root itself.
They dance?
Do you not know that
there's
the
a
waking
literal
root-
waking root. Oh,
It is indeed a root
I
after
th-
which we have
I
our
just
name.
thought it was a really cool name.
Oh, I am flattered. It is a cool
It's a
name.
really cool name. Yeah.
It's
I think so,
thought
yes.
It's like the foundations of like understanding, like waking
Yeah.
root.
Is the root ever truly awoken though? Is it always waking?
Regardless, we're being rude.
All right.
Sorry,
yeah.
continue, sir.
Do you like to dance?
Yes,
No.
Not particularly.
lame.
If the music is right,
The music is always right here. You should learn to enjoy it, he says, looking directly at Jared, like deeply into Jared's eyes.
Jared will like look away instinctually, like feeling deeply uncomfortable.
He looks back at Pellis and he says, in a realm where time takes flight and day is night and wrong is right, a grand hall waits with music's call, where masked figures stand both short and tall. But the dance they keep is not of glee, for trapped are the souls you seek to free, a celebration where time seems to bend, and captured people their time misspend.
Mhm.
And then he vanishes.
Oh,
I have to dance. We're old in trouble.
but no. So my understanding would be that the waking root is trapped in a castle somewhere, being forced to dance for all time.
That seems absolutely dreadful. We need to save them this once.
I didn't really get the rest of it.
Yeah.
This one, I will say, like, you all kind of feel the sense of like it is just echoing in your mind as if he's still there saying it over and over again. And for all you know, he might be.
Well, that's disconcerting.
tall and masked figures.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've got the picture of this right. I imagine the spirit is entertaining itself by vanishing to leave us with this riddle, but perhaps it can still hear us.
Well, they're probably watching us for sure.
Yeah, it's the entertainment factor.
Spirit, I have a riddle for you. if this makes you curious. And
It
Lyrian waits for a
reappears.
moment.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it reappears standing like directly beside Lyrian,
Ooh.
an expectant smile on its face.
Answer with wisdom, and your secret I shall keep. Answer in error, and your service I shall reap. Do you agree to this challenge?
Yes.
I have a voice that echoes through the wood, though I possess no throat. I paint the leaves with fire, though I carry no hot coal nor soot. I mark the passing of ages, though I have no hands to turn the scroll. I bring a slumber deep and long, yet feel no weary toll. I can be fierce or gentle, a whisper or a roar. I touch all living things, yet leave no lasting score. What am I, spirit? A presence felt, but never seen.
Time.
The correct answer was a season,
Oh,
though you are quite close. I hope you are amused.
well, I am a servant now, so no.
Oh wow, that
That was
Whoa.
that really just happened.
What?
Whoa.
You will tell us the plain meaning of your previous riddle and let us pass, and then your duties are fulfilled.
He perks up at that. A masquerade. They're being held at a masquerade.
that's exactly what I said.
Well done, Pellis.
It always helps in there for sure.
Oh, thank you.
You will not get in without masks, and nice ones too.
Oh.
Does this
I
count?
did enjoy your game. And he disappears.
Jared will turn to the rest of the group and say, "Do you think this counts?" And he'll just lower the visor of his helmet.
It's not very nice looking, Jared.
I
Nice.
suppose the Fae may be flexible in their definition of a mask. But
like
if I'm not mistaken, it must make you appear to be more different than you truly are. What is a
Have
mask?
any of you ever been to a masquerade?
I
I'm going to
think
say no.
Or like been around a masquerade? I think Palace
I
might
think Palace
reasonably
would've,
have
yeah.
been.
yeah. I feel like Jared's probably been to like balls. I'm not sure about a masquerade.
Yeah, I mean that's reasonable too. I think I want both of you to just go ahead and make an insight check for me.
Jared and Pellis?
Palace, yeah, sorry.
That is a 17.
Cool.
You don't need to hear my roll.
Okay. I mean it's not a high DC, really.
We'd like
It's
to.
9.
9? Okay. Yeah. I mean it doesn't pass the DC, but it's not that bad.
I was just saying that's why if it was really bad, I would have told you.
Yeah.
Immediately.
No, so Jared, I mean you feel like a sense that like referring to something as a masquerade is a very specific situation. You don't just like during the festival of Leon and Fearin, when the children run around wearing masks and costumes, it is not a masquerade. That is just a costume.
Yeah.
Those are just masks. A masquerade is specifically a ball and a dance where people dress up in opulent clothes and wear a specific type of mask that is not necessarily meant to hide their identity, but simply join in this revelry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't.
Can anyone conjure clothing?
No, I don't know how to do that. I can make it look like we're wearing masks, but only for a very tiny short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, we would need them to. We'd also need like an outfit. Right?
Well, I could do that too. It would
Oh.
just look like we're wearing an outfit.
I mean, that's probably good enough.
My
I don't know.
cast with your magics, will I be able to keep my armor on While
Yeah.
holding the illusion that are
Yeah.
beautiful.
You would just
all
look
for
like
that.
you're wearing a fancy suit, but you would.
Yeah.
And how long can you maintain that illusion?
Just a couple minutes, probably.
Oh god. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
So we could get in, but then it would almost immediately drop.
We're still on this side of the stone archway, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
I
there's-
also,
Oh.
I'll say over the table, just to give you guys like, maybe don't worry too much yet about whether or not you have masks.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna. So, Pelis was
Poke
gonna
your
say
head through.
maybe we should just try and move over to the other side. Maybe the answer will be more clear, or a possible answer. Most of these places are fair to some extent. They allow you to. They give you all the clues. So, if we need masks and better garb, perhaps there's some answer in there.
Agreed. Let us pass.
So as you go through the archway, you could kind of see like trees on the other side of the archway when you were standing in that clearing still. As you pass through, you find yourselves you pass through the archway, and it's almost like you walked through the trees that you could see. You didn't even have to like pass. You didn't have to physically, consciously pass through any trees. But you find that instead of the arch being behind you, it is now obscured by trees. And there are trees all around, but you are standing suddenly in a glade, in this clearing in a forest with the trees. The leaves are all sorts of different colors, some colors that you've never seen before. Like you don't have words to describe what that color is because it doesn't exist on your plane. And in the center of this glade, you see a pool. This pristine, unmoving pool of water, with the grass that comes up to the edge of it kind of just like disappears perfectly at this crisp edge of this pool. There are a few like lily pads dotting the surface of the water, and to the left you see a statue. This statue has it's like holding like a plate, and on the plate is a horn, and beneath the horn you can see a plaque, though you can't read what the plaque says from where you are. And emanating from this pool, you hear muffled whispers.
Should we listen closer to those?
Can I might go read that plaque.
Yeah, let's start with the more straightforward thing.
Agreed. I would not touch the horn. Things of importance often have strings attached, do they not?
Oh, I was not going to touch it. He's just going to read.
So the plaque, it says, "To hear the truth, the surface must break, but only the pure of heart the meaning can take."
Yeah, that ain't you, Cass. Sorry.
I was about to say that's not going to be me, so I'll let someone else handle this one.
Yeah, you probably could have just left that to her, Jared.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
No, I'm not offended at all. I know who I am.
That's good, but I don't know. Pure of heart.
I don't think that's me either.
Heart.
I mean, if I had to throw my hat in my thoughts, I would say Peleus, probably, right?
Yeah.
No.
Perhaps because that is your answer, you are the most fit.
That was also Cass's answer.
And mine.
But also,
I'm
Jared,
this guy. I've said this multiple times. I'm not some saint.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're a saint, but you're certainly the most pure heart out of all of us.
I mean,
I would-
pure of heart is like a true like position, right? Like there's some absolute to achieve. I'm
Yeah.
not that.
Lyrian, have you done anything? Anything?
I would encourage you guys to also
darken
think
your
that
heart.
perhaps the Fae have a different definition of pure of heart. Than,
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Mm.
If pureness of heart is a matter of singularity of mind or purpose, then I would suggest that I have a relatively straightforward desire for knowledge. But
That has been my observation.
Pellis also has a relatively straightforward desire to do good. Do you not, Pellis?
Oh, yeah.
But there may be other meanings. This is the Feywild.
Well, you want to draw straws, or I can go first. I can try it. Hopefully, Pellis will go up to the edge of the water, and I think he'll listen first to see if he can like discern something from the
Yeah,
whispering.
it sounds like you're trying. It feels like you're trying to listen to someone through a wall. They're in another room, and you're on the other side of a wall. You can hear them talking, but you can't discern anything they're saying.
Yeah, you can
I'm
for
imagining
sure.
as you
yeah.
lean in that it's like louder but no more clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Charlie Brown adults.
Yeah.
That's not how walls worked in my house. Very thin. So I guess he'll reach up to the water and try to like break the surface with his like finger.
There are, as your finger breaks the surface of the water and you see ripples start going out, all of a sudden the words, the sound of the voices becomes clearer. It's like you've gone across the wall, you're in the same room as the people speaking, but you still don't quite understand what they're saying.
Huh. Like it's like just like a crowd of voices. So I can't discern anything?
Precisely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I broke it, and now I can hear much louder voices.
I will say too that this is true for all of you. He breaks the surface of the water, and when the ripples begin moving out from his finger, you all hear the voices more clearly, but none of you understand.
Do you think maybe taking that horn and blowing it under the water?
It is a possibility. Johnny, Lyrian scans the surroundings in case we've missed anything. Because we've only heard about the obvious, but none of us has deliberately looked. So I'm just curious if there's anything that has gone unseen.
No, I mean this glade, like you look up and it's a dark, like black starry sky. There seems to be no sun in this realm, though light is not lacking in any way, even though there's no clear source. But there's nothing like beyond the glade that you can see. Maybe a vague sense of being watched from among the trees.
Pellis sticks his face into the pool.
Nice.
It's cool. It's refreshing.
If I
Once
open
you're,
my eyes underwater, is it?
it is, though you can tell from the surface that the water is clear. It's dark under here, and you don't see anything. Are your ears beneath the surface?
Yes.
Then the sound becomes muffled again.
Huh. He pulls his head out.
Try blowing some bubbles down there. I don't know.
It didn't really seem to be. It seemed to be like we were getting further away from the answer. It got quieter.
No harm
Like
has
the
come to
surface
him.
itself is.
Let us all do this. Lyrian shoves her head into the water.
Oh,
You know, maybe he can work.
Blow the
and Jared will
bubbles.
kneel down
Lyrian,
and shove
blow
his head
some
in the water.
bubbles.
okay. I'm gonna go grab the horn because I think that was the correct vein.
Lyrian, nothing happens. Nothing adverse happens to you, but it's a similar experience to.
But it is funny.
It is funny.
So can I just like climb up and reach up and grab the horn?
It's really reaching over. It's not
Oh,
like a
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was much taller than me. Yeah. So I grab it. It is just like a horn, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, make an intelligence check.
Make a horn check.
A horn check.
Hey guys, I don't know if you knew this, but I'm kind of stupid. 4.
Oh no.
You know what? I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna. So 4 is a 4, right? It's still a 4, but
4 is 4.
there's something about this horn that tickles the edges of your memory. It also doesn't look like something about this horn doesn't look like it's meant to be blown to you.
Anyone ever seen a horn like this? It's
There's like almost no mouthpiece.
it seems really strange.
Like a drinking horn.
Or what if you put it under the water and then put your ear up to it?
Oh. I don't know. All right.
Mm.
Yeah, Pellis will put the skinny side in first, and then listen from the wider side.
So one thing to note is that when you stepped away from the pool, much too quickly, much more quickly than natural, the ripples went away and the stillness returned to the surface of the water, and the voices became distant and muffled again. When you put the horn to your ear and you put so you said you put the skinny end in the water and then put your ear to it. So when the horn breaks the surface and ripples go out, the voices become clear again. You put your ear to the horn, and because the other end of it being underwater, you're still hearing the muffled voices. You're hearing the same thing you heard when your head was underwater.
We are
You
so
just-
close.
Right on the edge. Don't put it underwater.
And
then The rest of us will splash around in there.
Have any of the rest of you spent time in like city infirmaries or like places of medicine?
Yeah.
Probably Pellis.
I think
Lyrian would
yeah,
have spent a
Pellis
great
would.
deal. Yeah.
So Pellis has already failed a particular history check. His memory it hasn't been jogged, but Lyrian, make an intelligence check
Yeah. Studying
or
medicine
history
would
check
be
or
important here.
or even medicine. I would allow a medicine check as well.
I'll take history. Reach into the past. Base 7 plus 4 is 11.
Cool. So something about this horn, the shape of it, it's been bothering you that it doesn't seem like a normal horn. It's clearly not a drinking horn. There's holes on both ends, but the shape is odd, and the like Cass said, the mouthpiece seems weird, and that's because it's not a mouthpiece at all. You suddenly, and with a start, recognize that this is an ear horn that people who are hard of hearing will use to amplify sound going in. The skinny end is meant to go in the ear so that sound can travel into the wide end.
Excellent. Then I will gently touch the horn and reverse it in Pellis's hands and bring the skinny end to his ear.
Oh, is that how it's?
What do you hear now, Pellis?
I will, like, just
And I
barely
splash
cup
the water, too.
surface of the water.
So with the horn not underwater, so you're just barely
Oh.
touching the surface, right? Is that what you said? Or are you putting the horn in the water?
No, like you know when you put a cup onto like water, and it like creates like a vacuum, so it doesn't like really sink or anything. Like just barely on the surface.
Yes. Yeah, so you do that, and sorry, I'm just debating in my head because you were so close to solving this puzzle, but you have
Well,
not
I think
solved this
okay for help
Um,
because I think I know where you're going. He'll put it up to his ear first, and then lean down like
yeah,
towards.
and
doing
Lyrian
that.
said that she kind of hits the
Yeah.
water to make the ripples. So
Yeah.
before you even reach the surface, you hear the words clearly.
Oh. So he
It
backs.
seems like there was the muffled whispering, and then as you bring the horn to your ear, and Lyrian disturbs the surface, and all of a sudden the whispers become clear, and you start to hear words. You hear. Sorry, my thing went away. You hear. Great tree. And then a moment later, masks.
Masks?
Hanging masks.
Hanging masks. Well, yeah, Pellis just starts repeating it. So great tree, hanging masks.
No
Masks.
shadows.
No shadows?
And then the rest of you, it seems like suddenly things have gone silent. But Pellis, you hear just a little bit of this slow, haunting music.
Is it still coming from the surface of the water?
Yeah, it hasn't. The source hasn't changed.
And now I'm just hearing like perhaps like a waltz in the distance. Something slow, a little creepy.
Maybe back away, Pellis. Pull it out of your ear.
I'll pull it out of my ear.
You pull it out, and you can still hear almost like the music seems like it's like not leaving your head. It faintly like remains there. It's not disturbing in a like a. It's not causing problems for you.
Right.
The sound of it is like slightly dissonant and too slow, and there is like a disturbing quality to the music, but it isn't bothering you, if that makes sense. I mean, maybe on a personal level, but not in like a mechanical sense. It is not.
Okay.
Bothering you.
It is just playing in my head. Actually, there's music now playing in my head.
That's got to be the music that's making them dance, right?
I hope not. I don't want to dance forever.
You don't feel compelled to dance at all. Just
I don't feel it yet.
You know.
Which is good. Anyway,
So we have to find some sort of great tree with masks on it.
that's
I mean, I
what
don't-
it sounds like. But
don't
is there any particularly large tree that we see, like poking up above the canopy, or can we even see over the canopy?
You can't see above the canopy.
Hmm.
It's like somewhat claustrophobic in this glade.
Is the great tree perhaps referencing the waking root itself?
Well, no, they're captured already at the.
No, I mean like the waking root. It's a plant, right? We learned that it's an actual plant.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that would mean.
Me neither, but
I will say too, like Jared, make a history check.
all right. Natural 20.
Amazing. You are also from the grasslands. You know a lot of like the flora and fauna of the grasslands, and the reason that the waking root lives in the grasslands is because that's where you find the waking root. The waking root is not a tree, and you know this. It is not a. It is a low plant that you like. You have to know how to find it among the tall grasses because it sits below the grass.
Is the area we're in grassy as well? I forget. Sorry.
There's like low grass. It seems manicured like in the previous area, but it just kind of like it seems like this grass almost only exists to on the edge of this pool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think I see two options. One, we could just pick a direction and start walking. That seems like a bad idea. We could go back to the stone archway and maybe hope that it takes us now to where we're supposed to go next.
What 3 things did I say?
You said great tree, hanging masks, no shadows.
No shadow.
Masks. Follow our Patreon for masks.
Oh.
Everyone, pull out your phone, pull up YouTube, watch the first episode of.
Dustfire Media's Masks a New Generation.
So you've mentioned that this place has no discernible light source, but is filled with light.
Mm-hmm. But there are indeed shadows.
But there are indeed shadows. Perhaps the hardest riddle yet. And to think I felt we had succeeded here already.
I mean, my vote is to just go back to the archway, right? And then perhaps the sun will be in a different place. I don't know.
A frustration here would be of the phase design. I think they would take pleasure in it.
John, you said the surface of the water was really clear, like from above.
Mm-hmm.
Looking down, are there shadows like within the pool? Can I see the bottom?
You can. Is there something particular you're looking for on the bottom?
Any kind of like shape, like my own shadow, or any kinds of shapes. I don't know, moving around.
Yeah, you see. I mean, it looks like kind of just rocks on the bottom. Make a perception check.
Okay. 9.
Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of like a mostly smooth, somewhat rocky bottom to the pool.
Peleus, what are you looking at there?
Well, I don't know. This glade is filled with shadows, and the forest beyond is just shadows. I was thinking that maybe in the pool there were no shadows.
I mean, I've got this rope. Maybe we could tie it around someone and they could go look.
I'll dive in the pool.
Well, yeah, that would be the suggestion. Otherwise, again, I said we could just go back to the stone archway and see if we're in someplace else.
Well, I prefer not
That just doesn't seem right.
be wet. Actually, Johnny, okay, Pellis walks to the edge of the glade. Is there any like light that pokes through like in the forest proper? Like is it like the surface of the ground completely like shaded?
It's not. You see there seems to be a light source in the distance through the trees. You can't make it out clearly because of the trees. But there are shadows kind of leaning toward you because of some sort of a relatively small, in the grand scheme of things, light source beyond the trees.
Interesting.
I don't mind
shadows in
being
the forest as well.
I don't mind being wet. I swim all the time when I was on a pirate ship, so
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Let's tie your rope around you. Dude, get in.
All right.
before I get in though, I will create I'll use telepathic speech. Trying to decide what's the most logical and what's the most funny. I'll do Pellis. So Pellis, you feel this like bridge of connection in your mind.
Hello.
Sorry, that's me. I think you felt
Yeah,
this before.
I figured.
Just so I can talk to you when I'm down there.
That was a good idea.
And I'll tie the rope around me and go diving down.
Do you just jump in or do you step in tentatively?
Oh, I dive in.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this a poison?
No.
All right. I had to ask. That's not great. A 9?
9.
Am I being frightened?
No.
All right, 9. As
As you jump into the pool, you suddenly remember the inscription on the plaque mentioning that essentially that the pool is reserved for the pure of heart. And as you make contact with the water, you take 9 acid damage.
She start like sizzling.
Oh,
None of you hear anything other than the splash of water.
pull me up! Pull me up! Pull me up!
Yeah. So Pellis will be like, pull her out, and
Oh yeah.
rip her
Start
out.
pulling.
Yeah. As you get Cass out of the water, the rope is fine. Her clothes and her effects are fine, but there is like a redness to her flesh.
Mm.
All right. Fuck. We forgot to say the pure heart. So
Oh,
I should
yeah,
not be jumping in there.
That
I think
was-
Lyria and Orpella should go down there.
That was my
Yeah,
bad.
maybe
You know
don't. Maybe don't dive
That was-
in. Est.
That was on me. I apologize. I
Oh.
will step into the pool, like tentatively.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Okay. And you
Right.
will continue in.
Let's
Okay,
put the rope around Pellis.
Let's put the rope around Pellis. Yeah.
In case something
Very
far
good.
worse happens.
Pellis, I can still talk to you in your head, so you can tell us.
Oh
what you
yeah,
see.
this is perfect. And he'll take a breath and plunge under.
Yeah, you are underwater.
He will swim to the bottom to the best visibility.
And now you are at the bottom of the pool.
Do you see anything down there?
Yeah, is there anything going on down here?
Make an investigation check.
Hmm. Four.
4.
No, 3 actually. I have -1
Three.
investigation.
Okay.
Good.
Very good. Very good.
You know, it's odd that you were used to, like, if you were to jump into even the clearest pool and go all the way to the bottom in the prime material plane, you would kick up some mud and some silt
Yeah.
and it would dirty up the water. That doesn't happen here. The water remains just as clear as it was. And yet, doesn't appear to be anything worth noting around you. You do, though, as per a question asked earlier, notice that there are still shadows down here.
All right. Well, Pellis will swim up.
Well-
and he'll break the surface in the middle. Yeah, there's nothing down there. Kind of weird, but not really. Yeah, I'm stumped. on this.
Lyrian begins singing the song that we all hear.
You don't
We
all
are.
hear it.
Yeah, we don't all hear it.
Oh, I thought
No,
only
she's
Pellis
Pellis.
hear
It's
it.
Palace, yeah.
Pellis,
Ah,
Pellis got
only
a
the one
thing.
who has used the horn. I thought
I mean,
we all heard
Palace
it a
is
little bit.
holding the horn if you wanted to try it out. If you thought Lyrian would listen.
Yeah, sure. Am
Yeah,
I
I mean,
able
if
to
you go-
hear the song?
You are.
Okay, using the horn. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I'll,
mean, it
I'll sing
does-
along with it.
I will say I won't make you like do a million rolls and stuff. You notice you kind of like have to replicate some of the process from before. You have to disturb the water and
Mhm.
have the horn.
Well,
shoot
Palace
your-
would be like swimming up on the surface. So
yeah,
Mhm.
and you hear you hear the song. You hear this haunting melody.
Yeah, I'll dance to it as well. As you emerge, Pellis, you clear your eyes. You see Lyrian dancing
Singing
and
and dancing.
humming, trying to sing along with the tune.
what?
I don't know.
You
We
get
could
the
remember.
distinct sense that whatever might be watching you in the woods is amused by this,
Mm.
but nothing happens.
Oh,
Those who are watching, I would entreat you. I will offer you a gift in exchange for your guidance to the masquerade and to the tree from which these masks supposedly hang.
Make a persuasion check.
Very
Persuasion
well.
roll.
I am not very persuasive. But hopefully the RP, any logic that is in this, can help my roll. I have a -1 to persuasion. Base 15, so 14.
Ooh.
Okay. You get the sense that the watchers are intrigued but are not presenting themselves just yet. They want to find out what your gift might be.
Okay. I will lift up. Johnny, I don't know if we've discussed this. Would it be... I think at game start, you told me among my possessions that I had a letter from a dead colleague that poses a question I've not yet been able to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I hold up a note, this letter, and I'm hoping that it will make them curious. Does anything happen?
No.
Dang, the dice have spoken.
Have we considered? Sorry, you said. The Palace spoke out the fragments of the song that he was hearing, right?
Yes. I will give you guys, I think it maybe occurs to you that you have not found multiple major clues or pieces of this puzzle within a single section of the realm as you've been traveling through. You've had to move from place to place. And so it occurs to you that maybe you need to find your way out of here before you can ask any more significant. Like, you're not going to find like clues
Much
to the
more here.
masquerade in here. You need to find a doorway and go.
Well, let's. I think we've spent enough time here. Let's try just moving into the forest. Maybe towards this light source in the distance.
It did say the sun, follow the sun. So,
Well, that was the last.
well, I guess the question is, does that persist over everything? Because it does mention the path, right?
Well, the first one made you go follow the wind, and the second one was the sun. So
Yeah, I like the idea of just walking towards light source. Let's do it.
All right.
cool. You pick your way through the forest until you reach this light source, and it takes you a lot less time than you thought it would. As you reach the light source, it's not as bright as you expected it to be. It seems actually quite dim. It's like the sense of a door being cracked open with a fire behind it when you're at the other end of a house looking down a hallway. And as you near this light source, as it grows dimmer with your nearing presence, you notice another archway. This one not of vines or of stone, but of some glinting and glimmering substance that reminds you of obsidian, but isn't quite the right color.
It's another portal.
That was inaudible, Danny, at least for me.
I said it's another
I heard
portal.
Yeah. Oh. On to the next
Yeah.
room
I guess so.
area. Not really rooms.
Yeah. You step into this area, and it's odd because the light source had dimmed so much as you approached it. It's odd to find as you step through that the light is almost blinding. It's compared to where you're coming from, too bright in here. But as your eyes adjust, you can see a clear blue sky with a full moon dead center in the sky ahead. No visible sign of the sun, which is odd considering the blue sky and it's a full moon. But you notice as you look around you that there also the ground is like cracked and chapped, like a dried lake bed in a desert. And ahead of you, what seems like miles ahead of you, you see a tree, like a great massive willow tree. There is no breeze moving its wisps. There's no shadows that you can see anywhere. There's, other than the tree, nothing to cast a shadow. But the tree itself also does not seem to cast a shadow. And there's the sense that almost maybe there is no sun here. Maybe the light is coming from the tree, even though it's not shining. And there's this sense of invitation. It's like the tree is beckoning you toward it.
Well, this seems like almost exactly what the song was describing. So,
Yeah. Let's. Am I still hearing the song?
Yes, you are. And to clarify too, you were hearing words being spoken and then a song
And then a song.
separately. They're not lyrics to a song.
Yeah. Okay.
I suppose there's nowhere to go but forward.
That appears to
It's
be.
true. It's true. Let's be cautious.
So I
though.
can't help but feel that we are at the mercy of unseen things this whole time. And it is somehow worse now.
We move towards the tree.
Yeah. As you
Tree
step
time.
toward the tree, and from the distance, you could tell that this tree was like dead. Like, you know, like there's nothing. It seems bare. As you step forward, this interesting thing happens, where with each step the ground becomes less chapped, and eventually it begins to look like it's still dirt, but it begins to look like healthy soil instead of a chapped lake bed. And you're moving for what feels like hours. It very well may be hours. But as you continue to step forward, the ground, it begins to like take on life without you noticing initially. All of a sudden grass begins to poke up out of the soil, and then suddenly you are surrounded by green, and instead of in a chapped lake bed, you are in a green field. If you were to look behind you, you don't see, there's not a progression of this is happening as you move. And so there's no like dry ground behind you. It is field surrounding you now, and the tree ahead of you is budding, and as you continue to move, it begins to flower. And then, though, as you get closer, those flowers start to take more shape. The flowers have this like almost person-like shape to them. There's a being-like quality to the flowers on this tree and then a breeze begins to stir, and you see these willow branches begin to kind of move in this way that evokes more than looks like a spiraling motion around the tree. It's almost as if, now that you're looking at it, maybe the tree is dancing. It seems like it's swaying. And Pellis actually, and Lyrian too, you could swear that it's swaying in time with the music in your heads. And as you get closer to this tree, and the world around you has become bright and verdant, you see on the ground in front of you are 4 envelopes. And it doesn't take much to notice as you perceive these envelopes, as if an invisible hand in perfect calligraphy is scrawling them before you. Each of your names appears on the envelopes. And that is where we're going to end this session.
Oh man.
I do not
not
like
say-
that. Thank you, Johnny. Wow.
Yeah.
Good job. Thank
Awesome.
you, Johnny.
So, find out what happens next on Tales of Izora. Coming up, if you're with us on the stream, come back at 45 mark. And if you're with us on the podcast, we look forward to seeing you next week.
Mhm.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Oh, crisp and clear.
Mm. Mm. I love
Yeah.
it when you can hear my voice.
Need a moment alone with that clarity.
It's fine. What do you want me to say?
Doesn't matter. Anything.
I just pooped my pants.
Oh no.
Say crisscross applesauce.
All right.
Sorry about
Crisscross applesauce.
I need to go change mine.
Welcome back to another episode of Dustfire Media. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons today.
So they
What-
say.
Yep. I don't know who they are, but they're saying it.
They are?
Actually,
He was
I am-
unconvinced.
9 out
would
of 10
love it.
dentists agree. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons today.
I would love it, honestly, if they were talking about us.
Yeah.
Who?
I
the
did-
dentist?
I don't know. Them. No, not the dentist specifically. Although,
It'd be cool to be popular in dental circles.
that'd be kind of
Yeah.
fun. The number one
Super
recommended
weird.
the number one recommended the number one dentist recommended D&D actual play
Patient.
podcast.
Oh.
We
That
win a
is-
streamy for best dental podcast.
The dental podcast.
Claim to fame, baby.
We're just constantly like supporting good tooth health and behaviors.
Good tooth behavior.
And we do the role playing where like Cass brushes her teeth for 2 minutes.
I don't know about you guys,
That's
but
why
I
he's
floss
sneaking
every
into
time I
detail.
brush.
Lyrine brushes her teeth and flosses for the second time today before going to bed.
Mm.
Cass avoids coffee so as not to stain her teeth.
Hmm.
Do you all my dentist is owned by private equity,
Oh.
Ooh.
and the reviews are very mixed.
Mm-hmm.
Not
As
a big
one
fan of
might
anything owned
expect.
by private
Yeah.
equity.
Yeah, I thought everything was owned by private equity at this point.
I mean, yeah, but they're also
Only
like
30% of my body is.
they're what 30%?
The knees down.
Unspecified.
I feel like a lot of dentists and specifically are owned like family owned type businesses,
Yeah, it's shifting pretty dramatically because for whatever reason, as things shape out in the bell curves, those who love dentistry tend to be terrible at business and not want to run a business. And so they want someone else to run it for them. And there are various versions and stripes of a healthier or unhealthier way to have
For
that
sure.
get eaten up and run by somebody else. But
For sure.
Really fascinating parallel with funeral homes there.
Are a lot of them becoming private equity owned?
Yeah.
Interesting.
it's a money maker.
Wow, that's wild.
Huge margins, and all you have to do is
That feels diabolical.
a little
That's
bit.
because it is.
That feels
Yep.
evil to like capitalize on someone's death. Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
private equity or not, that was already happening. Like the,
For sure,
the evil
for
parts
sure,
of
yeah.
that already
Yeah.
a thing.
Who knew that while talking about any kind of American medicine, we would move to how evil it can be?
I think it just goes to show you that like while anyone is capable of evil, once it becomes like monetized and like a faceless entity, the exponential for evil is so much more.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah, it's the whole idea of it becomes systemic, right? Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
it becomes part of the natural order, quote unquote.
Yeah. As opposed to just be like, hey, avoid Crazy Rick. His funeral home is going to try and gouge you for a ton of money.
Well, I mean, there's a reason, and this gets into like both philosophy and like just like there's a reason that there are major capitalist goals that run directly counter to trying to build like smaller walkable communities where everyone knows each other.
Mm.
True.
Isolated people are easier to manipulate into buying stuff.
Yeah.
Not only that, but also like when your community is too large for you to know everyone, and
Mhm.
people are
Mhm.
and everyone becomes just a faceless number, then it's
Yeah.
easier to do really unethical things because you can
Mhm.
divorce your ethic from humanity.
Yeah.
Because you're so diverse from the rest of humanity.
I don't know. I'm
Mm.
kind of looking forward to those giant mega cities like in Cyberpunk. Those like tower mega cities.
But here's the thing with those, like, that's fascinating. Like, a lot of those giant mega cities and like those towers still represent more isolated, like smaller, tight knit communities.
It's true. You're right.
within
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
You
To
could
be
have
fair-
pockets of community, a little village within the tower or whatever.
A
Yeah.
village within the tower. I like that. That's
It
good.
takes
Phrase.
a village.
One
And
of
also,
my-
V's
one of my,
town was walkable. Just throwing that out there. Sorry.
one of my like genuine, actual, real life dreams, like probably a pipe dream for me, but if I could ever afford it in any way, I want to buy a mall or multiple malls and turn them into small, self-sustaining, walkable communities where
Well, they're meant to be.
like turning department stores into housing, using some of the storefronts as schools, medical offices, grocery stores, all that kind of stuff, setting up community gardens on the roof with solar and
Have
all
we
that kind
talked about this
Mm.
before?
Many
We have-
times.
Yeah.
No, we have.
I think
You-
I've talked to Justin about it. But that was the, like Danny said, that's the original intention of malls. The
Mhm.
original guy who was like, hey, we should build these like structures that are like basically cities within like one building. Was what
Yeah.
his point was, right? Like really concentrate services and
Yeah.
people and community into like a really comfortable living space, and with like recreation included and all that. And then, 1980s America was like,
Yeah.
but what if we did it wrong?
What
And
if it was
all capitalism?
just shopping?
But what's funny is in Milwaukee right now, there
Mhm.
was a very famous Grand Avenue mall that failed miserably in the 90s or in the 2000s, like every other mall in America. And since then, it has slowly become the original vision of malls. The
Mhm.
most popular thing at it now is a food hall with a bunch of different like vendors selling all different kinds of food. There's now like living spaces that have been converted out of like a bunch of it, bigger shops, smaller shops,
Cool. Yeah, it's cool.
recreation spaces. It's really cool.
Yeah. One of the things I would love to do, like if I ever do that, is building most of the housing being focused on like affordability and, people who
Mhm.
can't afford luxury housing, but like build it so it feels like luxury housing and
Yeah,
give
yeah.
people like that dignity. And then also like a thing that I'm borrowing this idea a little bit from Costco because it's something they're planning on doing. A lot of Costcos are going to start building housing above Costco, and the people who and with a focus on affordability and accessibility, and one of the things that they would do is like if you are a person who needs affordable housing, living in this housing, prioritizing those people for the jobs that are available in the
At the Costco.
in that community space.
Johnny, if there aren't $1 hot dogs though at your mall, I'm out.
I mean, some guy could sell $1 hot dogs.
There
You
has
can
to be
give-
one. It's got to be $1 hot dogs.
Housing and
What are they
comfort.
now? $1.50 actually.
create.
$1.50 hot dogs.
For more cost.
Anyways, they're
For those who'd
$1
like to
they're-
learn more, The Happy Urbanist is a great resource. Also,
Ooh,
Fight the
nice.
Empire. Also,
There you go.
Colgate. Now for teeth.
Also,
No,
happy Star Wars Day if you're on stream. Speaking of fighting the Empire.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even
If you're
realize.
not on stream.
Yeah.
Sorry, we missed
was-
you on Star Wars Day.
It was last week. Sorry. Watch a Star Wars movie now.
Yeah, the
You can
fourth.
watch Star Wars. Look, they don't tell you this. You can watch Star Wars anytime.
You can?
That's the best kept secret. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really it's kind of a nerd gated kept secret, but you can watch Star Wars any day of the year.
I thought you could watch it the one time and then you had to ask George Lucas for permission every time.
George, I've watched my annual allotted.
It's only for Phantom
You-
Menace.
Oh, okay.
You have
George
to get
Lucas,
George
George
Lucas to watch
Lucas,
Phantom
Lucas.
Menace.
Please.
Whenever,
Do I have permission
whenever
to watch
Star
Phantom
Wars
Menace?
Day, whenever it's Star Wars Day, I always just imagine Mike Tyson has to do with the creating of the holiday. May the fourth be with you. This is always comes to mind.
Is it just that's rude, Danny?
Hmm?
That's rude, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Justin.
I think we should play Dungeons and Dragons.
Sorry, I
don't know.
distracted by Sky appearing in the background going, Nick. And then Nick disappearing so quickly. Anyways, yeah.
Come to
All
our
right.
aid.
I think that the reason that dentists love our podcast so much is because right now you guys are in the Fey realm, home of the
Mhm.
Tooth Fairy.
That's true.
Oh,
That's true.
It all
And so
connects.
I hope your characters don't feel overly attached to your teeth.
Welcome.
Where we left off, you guys were in a new section of the Fey realm, walking on your way, trying to find a tree with masks and no shadows, and you're walking through what appeared to be a desert landscape. And as you walk, it becomes more and more verdant, and more life kind of springs up from the ground until you are in a place that, for lack of a better comparison, it looks like the old default Windows XP wallpaper, but with a giant
Mhm.
willow tree.
The fields of green.
Yes. And you stopped seeing envelopes on the ground in front of you with each of your names appearing in beautiful calligraphy. And there's like this sense that you're not entirely sure that paper has ever desired anything, but these envelopes, this paper, you are so certain that it wants you to pick it up.
Is the paper yearning?
That can't be true, right? It's paper.
But you're feeling that too.
No, I feel it.
We're also in
It's-
the Feywilds, so
So it's not paper.
It-
Nothing is what it is.
Kind of makes me want to not open it, if I'm being completely honest.
Shame, but you
yeah,
don't really have anything else to do.
it doesn't.
unless you
Yeah, it
wanna-
doesn't seem much else of a choice otherwise.
So you said, I believe, when we walked up to this willow tree that we are now under, like the blossoms were like people shaped.
Yeah, they have like like from a distance they look almost like people. Yeah, like I don't know if you've seen those flowers. I think that they're called like death bells or something like that, where like the flower pods look like skulls. It's
Mhm.
that kind of a thing where it's like
Hmm.
it's easy to miss it, but if you squint and look at it right, there's this like humanoid shape to the flowers on this tree.
What emotions, if any, are most palpable in the air?
I think you feel a sense of like anticipation in the air.
Hmm.
And again, both from the paper in front of you, but also from the tree ahead of you, this sense of like beckoning or inviting or yearning.
All right, so something that we haven't quite talked about is the fact that if we go to this dance, this masquerade, are we going to just get swept up into whatever's keeping the waking root there?
It is conceivable.
Yeah.
Should we like take some of this dirt and shove it in our ears?
Cloth, perhaps, but if you wish to put dirt in your ears, you may.
All right, we could try the cloth, and then
no
I can
marks onto it.
at least set up a connection in my mind with at least one person.
What if so letters addressed to us? What if they're invitations?
Mm-hmm.
Which means if we open them, we might just appear at the dance.
So let's
So-
put that cloth in now. Is what you're saying?
No. The hanging masks from the great tree. What if they are the fire? These blossoms, like these flower blossoms. Are these-
So we put them on our face?
I don't know. Let's try picking one.
You're not close enough to do that yet.
Oh,
I see.
Okay.
So the envelopes are kind of before we really
For
reach
the
the
actual
trees.
tree. Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
should we just pick up the envelopes and then read them momentarily, or in a second?
Let us not risk all of us at once. Cass, link with my mind. I will
Alright.
open my letter.
I'm gonna tear off some cloth and shove it in my own ears.
Just in case we
this
start
happens.
hearing a
Just
enchanting
in
song or
case.
something.
Just in
Love
case,
it.
yeah. But then I will link up with Illyrian.
I will
And-
step forward and pick up my addressed letter and open the envelope.
You open it, and in equally fine calligraphy to that which your name was written in, it says, "Dear Lyrian of the Waking Root, Sir Pips and Lady Petal do formally and cordially invite you to the masquerade ball, which will be held in perpetuity until such a time as which we are satisfied with the dancing presented to us therein. Please do arrive promptly and without delay."
Having not come under any particular spell or, noting any other sign of a concerning thing, I will read this aloud to the group.
All right. After hearing that, Jared will just grab the letter addressed to him.
Says the
So we
exact
need
same thing.
Dance good enough that the Fae are impressed with us.
That's going to be a problem for me, probably.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
Jared.
know,
You can't dance?
No, I've got 2 left feet.
it's Justin's curse.
I got hit with Justin's curse when I was young. That's right.
Oh man, you're just full of curses.
There
Well,
are
dancing
often
like
other ways to pique the curiosity of the Fae, as we have seen. Even if we cannot dance, perhaps there are other things we
everyone
do
can
to satisfy
dance.
them.
just because you can't do like a jig or coordinated waltz doesn't mean you can't dance.
Yes, let us hope that they have equally open minds.
As you are discussing these invitations, at some point you look up and you discover that the tree is no longer in the distance. You are standing under the tree. It was hard to notice because there's no shade,
Yeah.
but the tree is here. You notice 2 things at once. There are 4 masks entwined in the branches near you here, masks that look ready-made for a masquerade. You also notice that what appeared to be flowers from the distance in a humanoid shape are quite a bit larger than you thought. And this kind of coincides with the noticing that the tree is significantly larger than you'd initially guessed. And what looked in the distance like normal-sized flower petals are, in fact, ball gowns and suits. Again, seeming ready-made for a masquerade.
It is the masquerade.
Is it?
Perhaps.
There is a sign on the trunk of this tree, a plaque. Not metal, but a plaque. It says no in all caps. Says no admittance without masks. And beneath, it says, "Behind each guise a secret lies. Unravel the threads and truth will arise. Only when the masks hear secrets shared will the path to the hidden ball be bared."
This is difficult.
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize that this is not a strength that I have. So,
Telling secrets.
no, figuring out these riddles.
It seems almost as straightforward as the first one. We had to lie then. You have to speak a secret that only we know now, is what I'm gathering.
Unfortunately, I came to the same conclusion. The Fae would seem to like to have their secrets, while we are forced to spill ours for an audience.
It's like a Fae thing to do.
I
All right,
will
who's
step
first?
forward. Yeah, exactly. I will step forward and put on a mask.
The mask is entwined in the branch and it doesn't seem to release it to you.
Ah, to even have my mask, it seems I must bear my secrets. Lyrian looks up for a moment pensively. I myself am infected with the rot. To my knowledge, the first case in non-plant creatures. Does anything happen, Johnny?
Do you feel like that is a secret?
Yeah.
In that case, I'll have you make a persuasion roll.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay. You get the sense, you feel a sense of maybe hesitation from the tree before a mask is lowered, like the branch unfurls and lays the mask on the ground at your feet. And then another branch that, again, what you thought was a flower from the distance, lays a gown next to the mask.
Yeah. I'll put both on. Once it's all set up and Lyran has donned the gown or dress, she will avert her eyes from the rest of the group.
So we didn't hear that. Her Lyrian secret.
Oh, I assume that you did, that I had to
Okay.
show my
You-
secrets
yeah.
to you based on the riddle. Yeah.
I would also say that Lyrian stepped forward and spoke that secret, and it's almost as though the tree amplified it.
Hmm.
Gross.
You get the sense that even if she tried to whisper so only the tree heard, the sound would have still made it to your ears.
Well, am I the only one with a secret?
I mean, I already shared with y'all that I'm cursed.
So it's no longer a secret then, is it?
Well, that's not fair. That is like my big secret.
We have agreed that the world is not fair. Indeed.
Yeah, fine.
I think I have one.
And Jared's looking like very nervous. Like he's upon saying that he thinks he has one, he looks at Palace for a while, like visibly nervous, and looks down. And he'll step forward and he'll say,
This is something I think I've even avoided myself. It's because of a fear of it being a reality of myself. Maybe even a secret I've tried to keep from the gods themselves, but despite them blessing me with certain small abilities, I don't know if I trust the gods as I used to. I don't know if they are as fair as some say they are, as they would let a great and kind kingdom such as mine fall as it did. I believe in them, but I don't think I trust them as I did.
And you feel like that's a secret? Like a true secret?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think Jared's not tried to not speak it as to not like lose some of his capabilities as a paladin.
I was gonna say, I feel like it's pretty.
know?
It's like kind of the jugular of a paladin, with an oath. Like, just that's your
And
power.
so after saying this, he's like just looking straight at the ground,
Joining
Make a
Marion in
trying
that.
to avoid Pellis.
Yeah, make a persuasion check. Persuasion roll.
I'm actually pretty good at that. I'm actually pretty good at that as a paladin. Pretty good at it. Ooh, it's an 18.
Wow. All
Nice.
right.
15.
Nice. You watch as the tree lowers a mask in front of you and a suit as well. And I will say too, it is very clear as you look at this suit that it will not fit while you are wearing your armor.
Oh, man. Jared will grab the suit. And is he able to like walk around to the other side of the tree? Yeah, he'll do that as he starts undonning his heavy armor.
Cool. All right, Pellis or Cass?
Castle will walk up. The leader of the ocean cultists is my uncle.
Pellis's face.
That is a 13, 12, sorry, 12.
The tree shakes a little bit, like there's like this quivering throughout the whole tree, even the trunk. And then a branch comes down with a mask and unfurls and sets it on the ground in front of you, and another with a dress, and those branches pull back away.
Oh, that's good. I thought I was going to have to say something juicier. Oh, all right.
I don't know that there's juicier than that.
Juicy. Yeah.
Then, Ellis, you feel as Cass collects her mask and dress, you feel this compulsion almost, this like sense, not a compulsion really, but like you can feel the tree like eagerly waiting specifically for you.
Gross.
I had a daughter before I joined the clergy.
Make a persuasion roll.
Uh, 21. No. 20. Not natural.
The quivering in the tree stops as a mask and a suit are laid in front of you as well.
Pellis will take off his robes and start to get dressed.
And then you see, so do all of you don the full garb and the masks and everything?
Mm-hmm.
You also see now, as you look at the tree, the placard before where it had the riddle and the thing about no admittance without masks, the words have changed now. It still says no admittance without masks, but beneath that it says no iron or steel either.
Good thing my sword's made of stone.
That'd be quite the news to hear at this point.
After every
but-
hit, Jared is making a new stone sword.
Yeah.
Johnny, I guess I should ask you. So Pellis uses a bow, in like a more traditional style bow. Would the normal arrowhead be like iron?
Yeah.
Like in the city? Okay. So then
Yeah.
those are still iron. He will unsling his quiver and set it down. I guess it already is unslung, so he doesn't pick it back up.
Yeah.
Because he
Gosh,
changed.
I don't like this, not at all.
Yeah. Lyrian places a small knife down on the ground. Does this mean abandoning coin as well, Johnny?
No, I just said iron and steel.
Iron and steel. Cool. So specific. Yeah.
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 Her scythe is made out of bone.
Mhm.
So I think she'll hang on to it. But the medallion of the librarian's apprentice, I don't know what it's made out of, actually.
That is made of steel.
Then she will place it down. With some hesitation, since it was gifted specifically for this venture.
Jared will place his sword down. I'm trying to think. I imagine there are portions of his shield that are made of iron.
Probably iron banding, yeah.
Yeah. So Jared will also place his shield down. And huff and puff. And then he will just turn around and go back home.
Bye, Jared. See you later.
Nice hanging out with you.
No, he does not.
I'll-
Jared's AC will be 9 for the length of the time of this masquerade.
Yikes.
Oh, to be squishy.
I will put down crossbow bolts, my crossbow, my 2 daggers. I'm assuming my grappling hook,
Mhm.
crowbar, these
Just
tools,
unload tons of stuff.
tinderbox, navigator's tools, probably.
As you guys set all of these things down, you see tendrils come down from the tree and scoop all these things up and like curl up the way that they'd been curled around the clothes and the masks and lift your items up into the air above your heads and presumably above the heads of anyone else who might come. And as you see this, you notice actually there are more things that don't belong to you guys that are there that were someone else's at some point.
Do we need like a number, or are you just gonna know that that's our stuff? She says to the tree.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah,
get
coat
a
check.
sense. If you get a sense, and it's that thing that happens here in the Feywild. You just get this sense that the tree is like smirking at that statement. Like you did give the tree a little bit of mirth. And in that moment, you see there's like a cracking sound as the sign on the tree and then the tree itself split. And now in the trunk of this tree is a large, very dark, big enough for Jared to fit through hole that reaches all the way to the ground. So it's not like you have to climb. You can just walk into it. But
And at this point, Jared will rip some cloth from his old tunic and stuff those in his ears.
I already had stuff in my ears. I suggest that you do something as well, Miriam Pellis, just in case.
Do like, what do you mean? Do what?
Put something in your ears. You don't want to get caught up by that sound and the music.
All right.
Especially since the two of you have already heard it.
Yeah, we might be screwed anyway.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
A
probably.
spread of different practices may be best.
Cut your ears off.
Well, one of us
Cool.
should probably. I don't think
Yes,
she needs. to
I've
use
already
more
given up
facial
my
features.
nose.
Yeah, that's she's running out.
All right, fine, Pellis.
I'll plug my ears, and we'll see if there's any difference between mine and Lyrian's experience.
All right.
The Fae is
Let's go.
in my blood, so to speak. Though ancient and minute, perhaps I'll have a better chance against some charms.
Good luck.
as you guys step through
And-
the doorway,
Yep. All of us proceed, I think.
Yeah. I want.
Yeah.
So Lyrian didn't put things in her ears?
Indeed not.
Well, everyone except for Lyrian to make a dexterity saving throw.
Man.
Nice. We rolling with a -1. 8.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
7.
Okay. Each of you feels. And who's going last? What's your marching order here? Sounds like Lyrian was going in first.
Yeah.
Also follow
fair.
next.
Then I'll go
Okay.
after Pulse.
All right.
Squishy
So-
Jared last.
Jared's going last.
Pellis, you feel. Cass, you see this happen to Pellis. Jared, you see it happen to Pellis and Cass, and you feel it happen to yourself. As tendrils from the tree from either side come quick as whips and pull the stuff out of your ears as
Oh,
you step through.
All right.
All right, that's not
Didn't
going to
want
work.
that. Nope.
Going to
All right. It's
Oh,
probably
you are
fine.
muted, Nick.
It's not going to be fine at all.
Pellis is just like, did my earplugs fall out?
Yeah.
Fully does not notice what happened.
All right. You guys step into a very well lit twilight scene. Pull something up here.
Which scene though? The baseball scene.
Yes. Good job. Hang on a second. Okay, and all of you guys are going to want to go into the VTT. I'm getting ready to share it here on
Ooh, yes.
on stream so the audience can see.
Oh,
VTT
no.
for those
Juego de
listeners.
mesa
That's very,
virtual.
very titillating toodaloo.
Okay. Here we go.
Also, for those of us listening, whenever the GM wants us to go to the virtual tabletop, it probably means that there's not going to be any combat ahead. So we don't have
Yeah.
anything to worry about.
Yeah,
what I
Don't
mean.
be worried about it.
Good job.
It's gonna be totally fine.
it's just
Basically a
like
guarantee of our safety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what you guys walk into. At the left side of the screen, you'll see your characters. But you walk in to this stone courtyard of sorts. It seems like it's a large banquet hall. Stone floor, but wood in the center in this dancing area with a tree growing out of the center of this dance floor. There are flowering bushes around the perimeter, a L-shaped setup of banquet tables to one corner of the room, in front of a large, very large hearth, and the other side of the room from basically like direct kitty corner to the long banquet table, the L-shaped banquet table. You see a series of smaller circular banquet table, not banquet tables, circular tables, like tavern style tables with stools instead of chairs. And there are no walls, there is no ceiling. It is entirely open to twilight. But similarly to some of the previous places you've been, there is too much light for what is apparently going on here. There's neither the hearth nor you see actually just floating sconces along where the walls should be. And those don't seem to really be the source of light. It is well lit here beyond reason. And in the middle of the dance floor, again, there's a tree, but around the tree, you see groups of Fey revelers dancing to music. Lyrian and Pellis, you recognize this music. It is not exactly the same thing that you've been hearing. What you've been hearing is slow and discordant. What you hear now, the music in your heads merges with the music of this space, but it is like a waltz. It is a faster tempo, and the melody now is fully harmonious. There's no like discordant notes peeking through. But you hear this music that these people in the center are dancing to. You see some fae sitting around the L of the table, who seem to be maybe archfey, maybe high fae. It's hard to tell exactly what rank with the fae. It can be a little bit confusing for outsiders. But you notice more fae at the tavern style tables as well. But toward the, I'll call it the bottom of the banquet table, you see someone who, Lyrian, you recognize this person. Their name is Belathan, and they are a member of the Circle of Voices.
Wow.
They look concerned, but not necessarily distraught.
Would I discern that as a reaction to our appearance in this place, or a general?
They do not seem to notice you. Not yet,
Okay.
at least.
Okay.
What Belathan is looking at is the next thing that you notice. That on the dance floor, dancing with the Fey revelers and to this music, there are what are labeled on the screen as rootlings, members of the Waking Root. And these people, some of them look absolutely exhausted, ragged. They are all wearing masks and gowns and suits similar to those that you were given by the tree. The Fae included. Everyone is wearing these opulent gowns and masks. And you can see, I haven't marked them on the map, but along the edge of the room, apparently having been like dragged off, you see people, members of the Waking Root, and people who you don't recognize at all, who seem to be at some level of unconscious. It's hard to tell whether they are deceased or asleep, but you can tell from looking at some of them, especially members of the Waking Root, that they are haggard, regardless of whether they are simply unconscious or dead. It appears that it was from exhaustion that they entered the state that they are in. As you step forward into this space, directly in front of the fire, in front of the hearth, there is a small-ish, he's not terribly small, he's maybe an inch or two taller than Cass, but a Fey man wearing a mask that makes his nose look like it is a foot long. And beside him is a woman who has a mask. She is normal size. She's clearly Fey as well, but she's a medium-sized humanoid. She's like probably around Lyrian's height, and wearing a mask that appears to be in 4 parts. Like you can see even from where you are that the mask covers each eyebrow and like under her eyes, but no parts of the mask connect to each other. It's just there on her face. And you all enter, and she begins like joyously clapping. And then the man stands up on his chair and says, "You made it. Welcome." And the music stops. And the people who are dancing all stop and look at you. You could see on the Waking Root people's faces like a sense of relief. But the Fae, you see like a sense of annoyance. But Sir Pips declares, "I'm Sir Pips. This is my wife, Lady Petal. Welcome to our ball."
Thank you for your gracious welcome.
You're welcome.
To what do we owe this honor?
What honor is needed for a ball?
Oh, I
You
suppose.
came into our realm, and we invited you to join us.
Oh.
And if I don't miss my guess, and he looks at Lyrian, there's like a sense that his focus has like fully shifted to Lyrian. You seek to take my other guests away from me.
Only
said,
when
"Oh."
you are pleased with them and what they have done.
This is good. I've been rather disappointed in their dancing so far.
What disappoints you?
Its quality, its
Ah,
detail, everything about it. It is disappointing. Do the
You
four of you
have-
think that you can dance better?
I do not suspect as much, but it is a possibility. I'm curious,
can.
Sir. Very well, then perhaps one of us is brave enough to say they can. But I'm curious, Sir Petal and Lady... Oh, sorry, Lady Petal and Sir Pip. Have you observed the waking route much before?
No.
I am only surprised that you do not delight in their dancing, as they know many dances. Perhaps more than most in our realm. Perhaps
Lady-
an example of the sort of dance that would amuse you would be helpful.
Lady Petal speaks up and says, "Their fear makes their feet clumsy. It's a bore to watch."
Ah, then you need fearless dancing.
"Fearless and bold," says Sir Pips. And then he claps and the music continues. And you see the people on the dance floor begin dancing again. You do see like there is a couple of Fae who are dancing together, not with Waking Root partners, as well as a couple of couples of Waking Root who are dancing without Fae. The Fae, you can tell, are like very clearly like the example of the way that this dance is supposed to be done. It is like a waltz with kind of odd flourishes here and there that don't seem to necessarily be like standard. These are not like the dance moves you are expected to do other than like the base waltz. These flourishes are just things that these Fae are adding. But they seem to be the only ones who Sir Pips and Lady Petal are delighting in watching.
Just
Sir Pips and Lady Petal, of course, we brought you a gift for your wonderful hospitality. And I would like to. I have in my possession. I have a small stone with a hole in the center. I don't know what it means. It doesn't matter at this moment because I'll put that in my hand and hold it out. But I will cast Minor Illusion. And I'd like to create. I'd like to make it look like a handheld musical crank that like plays a tune.
Mm-hmm.
Like really intricately carved out of wood. We'll say.
Lady Petal claps, like she claps very excitedly, and she and Sir Pips lean into each other and whisper something, and then he says, "It is a very nice stone," and he says, "an even better illusion."
Ah, thank you. That was really what I wanted to show you, is that we've taken after some of your wonderful illusory qualities on the mortal world. So thank you for that. You can keep the stone if you'd like.
Maybe if you dance well, you'll have a chance to give it to me in person.
Sounds good.
Now, dance. And the music gets a little bit louder. And I'll clarify for you guys mechanically as players. Your objective here is to impress Lady Petal and Sir Pips. You can, I will say, just so that the mechanics are super clear, you can just win one of them over. You don't need to win both of them over to succeed here. And then, or you can, if you can manage to complete the there are 5 distinct steps to this dance. If you can complete the 5-step sequence perfectly, without any mistakes, you will also succeed. But then there's also the option you can outlast the other dancers. And so if you guys outlast that includes the Fae who are dancing. Now they don't have unlimited energy. They might have more stamina than a normal person from your world, but they're not limitless there. So those are four ways that you can make it through this situation. But we're going to roll initiative. And I will, as we go through, I'm going to clarify for you guys how we're actually going to do the dance mechanics here.
dance mechanics.
Dance mechanics.
Oh, you are muted, Justin.
Is it possible I can cast a spell on us beforehand?
Yeah, for sure.
I would like, on the four of us, I would like to cast Calm
Mhm.
Emotions.
Nice.
Help with any of those nerves and fearfulness that's been
Yeah,
just
and
gruntling.
it
Lady Petal?
specifically says, yeah, I suppress any effects causing a target to be charmed or frightened. So we'll have more wits about us.
Nice.
And I will spend a sorcery point because it is concentration up to 1 minute. I will spend a sorcery point to double that, so it is for 2 minutes.
Excellent.
Nice.
Pellis, I think, will also step in front of Lyrian and activate Emboldening Bond, which magically bonds us. And as long as we're within 30 feet of each other, we can add a d4 to any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw
Ooh.
once per turn.
Excellent.
Beautiful. Jared casts roll initiative and he gets a 12.
Okay, give me a second there. But I just want to make sure, is anybody else casting anything on the group or on themselves?
That is a good question.
Jared basically just has debuffs. So
I cast Dissonant Whispers on Jared.
yeah, I cast Bane on Pellis, Jared, and Lyrian. Pellis, Jared, and Lyrian, yeah. Cast Bane on myself.
So if I use guidance on someone, I have to predetermine the chosen skill that I anticipate them needing. Is that right? Or no?
I don't think so, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Because I think it says until the spell ends, the creature adds 1d4 to any ability check using the chosen skill,
Oh, you're right. Wow.
Oh.
which requires a bit of contextual, thinking.
I will say, for whatever it's worth,
Mhm.
this is a dancing challenge. You can
Performance
probably
makes sense.
feel pretty safe doing charisma or dexterity.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I think Cass described herself as being a really disadvantaged dancer.
I said that roll. Okay, all right, do what you want.
You said what?
We've been told not to metagame. If that's who you
It
want
was
to cast.
in game. It was in character that you said you described.
That was
yourself
more
as
of
having.
that was just me being adding.
Oh, you're just
flavor.
hamming it up. That's
I
fine.
was
That's
hamming
still what I'll operate on. So, yeah, for Cass, I will place a hand on her and cast guidance as a cantrip.
Okay.
So you'll have 1d4 to any checks. And I'll just say, let's boost the dex in case you end up using it as opposed to your normal wittiness.
Yeah.
Okay. Now for initiative, did anyone get higher than a 20?
No.
Okay.
Let
Anyone
me
15
roll.
to 20?
Sorry, I need to roll initiative still.
18.
I added to initiative my
Initiative.
It's just a separate thing. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Nice. You're on the phone.
Nope. 7.
Okay. So Pellis got 18.
Yes.
All right. 10 to 15.
Jared got a 12.
5 to 10.
Yeah. 6.
Lyrian got 7, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so you guys need to partner up. You can choose to split into partners however you want among the four of you, and your initiative is still going to be relevant, but you are going to be acting as partners.
I think Lyrian had partnered with, or sorry, Pellis had partnered with Lyrian, as long as there isn't any.
No, I love it because
No
then Cass will be
objection?
like- Cass will be like, "Oh well, I guess it's you and me partnering up tonight."
I mean, does that make sense there? Because considering I've said that I'm not that good at dancing, and you said that you're not good at dancing either. I mean, maybe like these.
Actually,
No, it's so
No,
funny.
Pips
So-
goes before like Jared asked this question, and Pips goes, like a rage that shakes the. Can't really call it a room because the air is open, but you feel it reverberate in your own chest as he stands on the table and goes, "Dance!"
All
All
right,
right,
all right,
okay,
all
all
right.
right. And Cass will offer her hand out for Jared to take it.
All right, Jared, grab it. Grab the hand.
Okay, so on your turn, you can do a dance action. So you can make a performance check rather than, so instead of attacking here, we're going to be doing this dance, right? So you can do a performance check to execute dance moves, and the DC will be set by your opponent's previous turn. So
Okay.
I will start, and it actually works out because their initiatives were higher than yours anyway. I will roll the dance check for the previous team, and you'll have to beat their DC to accomplish your moves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you also have the choice to aid, so you can take the help action to give your partner advantage. So just you'll be allowed to like meta game for this here for that. You can also add style, which will be a bonus action. So as a bonus action, you can do acrobatic flourishes, which will be dexterity, graceful movements, which will be dexterity, charisma checks for dramatic expressions, or intelligence checks for musicality. And those will be added to the total for your main performance check. Does that make sense?
Cool.
Yeah.
That will be, for that bonus action, you'll be rolling a d6 for those instead of a d20.
Okay.
And then you can also choose to use your action or your bonus action to taunt. So you can attempt to throw off your opponent's rhythm with a well-timed taunt, a charisma check contested by a wisdom save from the opponent in order to do that. And if you succeed on a taunt, it will give them disadvantage on their next roll. And then you can also improvise. And so if you want to do an action, you can use your action to improvise, which if you, and that will be a charisma or dexterity, your choice. And if you choose to improvise and you succeed at improvising, that can be a way to give like your partner advantage on their roll. But one of the people in the partnership needs to do the performance.
The actual performance check. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. This feels like a whole mini game.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I love it.
So the Waking Root dancers are going to go collectively first. Let's see here. And so the DC that the Fae are trying to beat is only a 2 here.
Nice.
The Fae dancers. So the DC for Palace and Cass is a 5 for this round.
Well, I think I'll just.
Cass is grouped with
With
Jared,
Palace.
correct?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Palace and
But yeah,
Lyrian.
I'm Palace and Lyrian.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
making
Palace's turn.
Right. And my DC is just a 5. I get to know that. Yeah, I think Palace. So Palace had formed the emboldening bond between himself and Lyrian, which I think you felt this before. It's because he cast it on you, Lyrian, and I think. No, he hadn't actually. So this is the first time you're feeling it.
I've
And-
used it before. I think
yeah?
it was. And
You
I
cast
forget if it
on
was in
me
the
and Cass.
Oh, that's what it was.
Me and Lyrian. Sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah, you feel like these emotions like flare through, and like to some extent even like memories. Like you can see like a bunch of like clerical apprentices like dancing around in like a circle and like having like a good time, and people smiling at each other, and like as he like tries to like lead you in dance, like you keep catching the eye of this like dark-haired woman in like the crowd who keeps looking at you, and you keep looking, like she just seems to be where you end up looking. And yeah, you feel like a bittersweetness as he sort of bursts into motion, and Pellis will lead by dancing. I will add my d4 to this roll. Okay. 17.
Amazing.
And I think he will add like a flourish. Then you're saying that's a dex roll, but I roll a d6?
But you roll a d6. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he'll
You'll add your dex to a d6.
within the context of like the waltz, he will in time do a stamp that is much more like indicative of like an Irish like jig or something. And you see like in the phantoms of this like emotional memory, like the people like dancing in time to like that and doing more of like a jig together. That is a 5.
All right. So that means that coming to Jared, the DC for you to perform this move is 22.
Very cool. Very great. You said I can use the help action instead?
You can. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Jared is just gonna, in his mind, be like, I'm just gonna let Cass lead. And so I think he would, just like to use the help action. What were the options for that?
Help action is the help action.
You just do.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I'll just wait on Cass and just
Okay.
allow her to sort of lead in the steps because Jared has no idea what he's doing.
Sure.
Where
Okay.
is-
It is now Lyrian's turn.
So the bond that you've formed, Pellis, you said emotions and memories.
Yeah, like, but in a vague sense, like you're not
Mhm.
getting the full context of like anything that he's
Mhm.
feeling or remembering.
Sort of like splitting ideas and thoughts, and
It's not that you're having visions of this time in his life. This
Mhm.
time of his life seems to like leaking into the present. Like the apprentices are moving in and out of the actual dancers that are here.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, I think kind of inspired by Palace's adaptation to the jig, I will use my action to improvise.
Okay.
I'll use Dex, and the improvisation will be that you mentioned sort of a mingling of the song we had heard before, this like almost sad waltz. Like it somehow fits within or around conceivably the music that we're hearing now. Is that fair?
Sort of. So the music that you were hearing before was a slowed down, discordant version of what you are currently hearing.
Interesting. Slowed down and discordant. Okay. Different than I had conceived, my bad. But in any case, I'll basically do like a contratempo. So like I want to switch my footing to the offbeats of all of the main steps so that I'm still following the sequence of the dance, but perfectly in between all of the usual places in the
Excellent.
music.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll for that.
All
I
right,
should
just straight
clarify
Dex?
too. Yep, there'll be Dex. I'll clarify as well because I didn't say this clearly, and that's my fault. When you take the help action, it'll be you're just going to be helping, and you're just giving the person advantage for the next turn. But that's going to be your whole turn. If you take this improvisation, like what Steve is doing for Lyrian here, and you roll and you're successful, it will give your opponent, your partner, advantage on their next roll, as well as you still being able to take a bonus action as well.
And what can we do with the bonus action? I'm sorry.
The bonus action
Yeah,
is
just
flourish.
add a flourish.
Style flourish.
Add a flourish. Okay, all right,
Mhm.
perfect.
And taunting is not
Yeah.
a bonus action, right? That's like that taunting will also
That's your
take up a
whole
whole
thing.
turn.
Okay.
Nice. All right, here's the Dex roll. Base 18, that's good. Oh, wait,
Nice.
why did it roll a Dex save? I don't know what that means. But anyway, I
I don't
clicked
know.
Dex +4 and it rolled an 18. So,
Okay. Excellent. So that's a success there. So now, Pellis, mark that you have advantage on your next performance roll. And then if you want to, Steve, you can take a bonus action to add a style flourish that will, so it'd be a 1d6 plus the appropriate stat. And that would be added to the DC on Pellis's next roll.
Yeah. So it makes it more difficult for him.
No, it makes it more
Easier.
difficult for whoever comes after him. Sorry.
I see. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Which is us, though. So
All right. So I'm hurting our partners, just not my immediate dance partner, correct?
correct.
Correct.
I can't tell whether we want to outperform them or not.
Well, it's weird
We
'cause
all
we
try
want
to
do
fail
well.
together or win together. You know? We're trying to be close enough in level.
Do what your heart feels.
Can I roll a check on that question, Johnny? Do I perceive that it's best to try to outdance Cass and Jared?
Just pick something.
Yeah. Just I mean, go ahead and make an insight check.
Yep. Because this would be essential to Lyrian. 13?
13. You get the sense that you need to dance your hardest.
Very well. All right, Cass and Jared. And then I add a stylistic flourish. I'd like to use, I think you mentioned a few options. I'm going to go for musicality with the intelligence stat.
Okay.
So it's 3 on the die. If we add the appropriate stat, intelligence, it's my bonus, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So +2, so 5 total.
Okay. Cool. So you're gonna get advantage, and you're gonna add +5 to your next roll, Nick.
Okay.
All right. And then we come to Cass.
Awkwardly, Cass is like waiting for Jared to lead. Wait, follow me.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Fine. Then put your, and she'll take his hand and put it, somewhere else. All right, follow me. And we'll dance.
Amazing.
And I roll with advantage. So that is a 20. Which I think the DC was 21.
It's 22.
And, it was 22. Am I able to add guidance to this? Post knowing that I failed?
I mean, yeah, you can always add
Oh, yeah,
guidance.
Lyrian.
So
Yeah.
I don't think it specifies that you have to do it before you roll.
That's a 4. So
Okay.
24.
Nice.
And do you want to use
I-
any bonus actions?
I will use the bonus action to make the other people's DC a little bit higher.
All right.
I will as you said charisma or dexterity
Or intelligence.
or intelligence. Okay. I will be like, well, you're a bitch, step on a nail as a deception.
So the bonus actions for this are
Okay. Acrobatics.
acrobatic flourish, graceful movement, dramatic expression. So like like bringing more emotion into the dance, or
Okay.
musicality.
Okay. Whatever the acrobatics one is.
Okay. Cool. So that is a
It's gonna be
dexterity.
7.
7? Wow.
Nice.
All right. 31 is the DC for the waking group people.
Wait.
Heck yeah.
We're going to
And
dance them
they-
into oblivion.
Do not meet it. Okay, let's see here.
You guys dance so much better than all your friends. We decided to kill them all.
Don't you hate when that happens?
However,
Hooray.
that does set a new DC for the Fey dancers.
Oh no, the waker was after us. Shoot.
Yeah, it does kind of suck that the waking root's going right after us.
The Fey are going to add a flourish as well. So the DC for Pellis and Lyrian is 25.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
We got this. We got this. We got this.
Yeah. We got this. So can I just say that I'm going to use my bonus action right away and just roll the d6 as well, or is
Yeah.
the flourish? The flourish is after or for this roll?
The flourish is technically after.
Oh, okay. So then I'll just wait to roll that.
Because
So I
we're
have
not
advantage?
adding the d6 to the DC roll. We're adding
Yeah.
it. To
Right.
the
You're adding it to a
DC roll.
success. You're adding it to the DC after a successful performance.
Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, I have advantage. I have +5, and I have Boldening Bod, which I will use to roll a d4 on this. I rolled 2 16s on the 2d20s.
Plus, you are
+4.
adding Lyrian's flourish from the last round.
Yeah, which was the +5. So
Yep.
I get +2 from my d4 for Emboldening Bond, so that's 18, +4 from my own stat, which is 22, and then +5, which is 27.
27. All right. So you get the sense that Lady Pips or Lady Petal and Sir Pips are very pleased with the way that you and Lyrian are dancing. And you notice too, as you're going, one of the waking root have passed out, and quickly the Fey partner that was with them has moved them off of the dance floor.
Hopefully that's okay. I will. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. 27.
Cool. All right, Jared.
All right. So the
Wait, isn't
taunt.
Lyrian next?
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad.
So there you go. So the taunt ability, that's to inhibit one of my opponents.
Yeah, you can target anyone with that. So you can target.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
opponent
with
thinking.
seeing Cass lead so effectively and seeing that very cool stomping that Palace is doing, Jared will just find one of the Fae that's also dancing, look them in the eye and do a stomp of his own, but it's a little louder. There's a little bit of like a grunt going with it. Just to kind of try to just catch the Fae off guard. And he will attempt to taunt. And is that just a charisma check or is it intimidation?
You are gonna do a charisma check.
Okay.
It's charisma based. You can do an intimidation check there.
Cool. Very cool. I guess, yeah, cool. Let's roll. Ooh. Oh, okay, it's 17.
17 versus their wisdom. They see like they are so engrossed in their dance that they don't really seem to even take heed of this motion.
Jared's pissed at that.
All right, now it's Lyrian.
Okay. I will go for the improv check again. Have I seen any movement, bodily movement from Pips and Petal, that would be sort of enough for me to imitate the way one of them moves? Do they sort of gesture in a grand enough way that something might
They're
be...
just sort of in their seats, like clapping and watching.
Okay. Dang, I was going to try to do a little imitation game.
I will also clarify another thing that I don't think I made clear enough. You are a lot. So there's a sequence of dance moves, and I'm like checking off as you guys like accomplish these moves. You are allowed to both do a performance check. It's not like one person from the team can do it. So if you wanted to have Lyrian and Palace hypothetically finish faster, you could do performance as well. Just throwing that out there.
And we do have to hit all, 5 performance checks between the two of us as a unit to sort of fulfill the dance.
I understand.
Exactly.
Oh, I like that. Okay, then I will go for a performance check to try to fill up the main bar, so to speak. And what liberty do I have with that as far as stat? It's okay to do dex?
Yep, it's a dexterity or sorry, a charisma check for your performance.
It has to be. Okay.
Yep, and the DC is set by the previous partnership. So
Yeah.
you're not going against Palace's DC on this one. You're going against the Phase, which is 25.
Yeah. Okay. Charisma is not a strong spot for me, so I'm going to use the emboldening bond. Let's just see what the 1d4 is already.
And remember that you can add flourishes afterwards to try and push
Beef it up.
as well, but
Okay. That only gives me 1 point in this case, the d4. Let's see. And it's just a straight charisma roll now, correct?
yep, or technically a performance. So if you have
Okay.
proficiency,
That's
there, you can-
worse. No, it's the same. That's right. All right. It's all -1 for me, baby. So base 14 down to 13, back up for 1 point from the emboldening bond. So I'm at 13. I don't see any way to save that numerically because I would need 12 plus points to meet the DC from a flourish. Yeah, which is not possible. So should I bother to roll that to see if I can at least upset them less, or is it sort of an all or nothing deal in this case?
sort of an
Johnny?
all or nothing deal.
Yeah.
I will say that with that, the completing the sequence perfectly is now out of reach for you and Pellis. You can still complete the sequence. You can still have victory.
But doing so
but
perfectly.
Now there's
Yeah.
a mistake in your sequence, and so
Absolutely. Yeah, like I misstep a little bit on
Yeah.
one of our moves, and everybody knows I have room for a bonus action, but I don't imagine I could do anything that would spare me the consequence, as it were, like to sort of cover over and deceive.
You can't hide
Yeah.
it. But you can
What's
dance
that, Nick?
about recovery. You can't hide it, but dance is about recovery. The mistake is there, but it doesn't mean you can't do something afterwards.
that's true.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
You could also I'll speak above the table a little bit for just a
Mhm.
second. You could also bear in mind that you already failed the check and
Yeah.
your own party members are after you, and so you could leave it alone so they don't have to deal with a higher DC.
Mm-hmm. It at least gives them a chance to hit the sequence better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think Lyrian just fumbles. Pass turn.
So what was your roll, your total?
13.
13. So that's going to be the DC you're going up against here, Cass.
Got that. I got that. He says confidently. Yeah, 16.
16?
Brilliant.
Brilliant. All right.
And I think, yeah, there's no reason to add a flourish to it or anything, considering who's going after us, and we
I
beat the last
know.
15,
It's,
so yeah.
yeah.
No, there's like
You
an art
can
to
if
it.
you want to. You don't have to.
I don't
It
see
may
any
put
reason.
you in a position to impress one of the judges more, which is
Mm.
another
Yeah.
potential victory condition.
All right. Let's add the flourish. Let's add the flourish. I think what it is, and I was thinking about doing this like in the scene too, is Cass like, despite the fact that our lives are on the line, Jared, this isn't the worst thing. I'm kind of having fun.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Mhm.
That's a 4.
4. All right. And which one were you doing?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. All right.
Yeesh.
Trying his
Okay.
best to hide it. Jared is pretty deeply uncomfortable right now.
All right. The waking root is next, and for once they succeed.
Hell yeah.
Good.
You guys can see like a palpable look of relief on the faces of the members of the waking root who are dancing as they don't misstep during this particular sequence. Bay dancers. Bay dancers, however, make a mistake. For the first time, you see these incredibly graceful creatures stumble. And so the DC that Pellis has to contend with is a 6.
Oh,
I think that comes across as like Pellis like had kept stomping and like there aren't musicians, so maybe this isn't possible, but like I think he'd try to like rush the beat a little bit, and it like I don't know if it just threw them off or the music actually got faster, but I think that would just be fun. Anyways, I will just perform.
or dragging?
Depending on Johnny's handling of the Fey realm, the mere emotions and thoughts and dreams around that idea may be enough to sort of invoke it into being.
that's fun.
And maybe you get some sour looks from the Fae beside you.
Natural 20.
Which amazing.
24, but also I got a 3 on the D4 that I used.
Well, here's the thing, though. You find as you roll this natural 20, you find as you step into the next move, there's something in your mind. You feel connected with Lyrian in a unique way. And you feel this sense that, like, even though the Fae who are kind of leading the dance have not done the next move, you have this sense that this is certainly what the next move ought to be. And so you just flow into it. And Lyrian just perfectly follows you. And you do not only the present sequence, but the next one. And you find as you do so that Lady Petal is like leaning forward and looking at you very quizzically.
Oh God,
just a little bit more flavor on top of that. I think Lyrian at this point, you fully see like that woman I described earlier, like be your dance part, like shift in and be the person you're dancing with instead of Palace.
Wow.
Like if you look at it and blink, it's gone, but it like you can just feel like this joy and this mirth and this memory.
Now you have the option to do bonus action. Again, it will only make things harder. You already have a pretty high DC for your party members to contend with here.
Did you get that it was 27 at the end? Like the actual total? Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, 27. So yeah, I won't do anything else.
Okay.
To make it
Jared.
For Jared.
Yeah. Yep. Jared. Okay. I really want to try taunting again. But what was the there was an option where it was similar to the help, but it also gave me the chance to use another action. I forget what that was.
Improvisation. I
think Jared will try that himself, and I think he'll just like taking inspiration from seeing. I think what he's been doing a lot is in an effort to avoid eye contact with Cass, he's found himself watching Lyrian and Palace a little more. And so the kind of like in a mix of like following Cass's lead, but also like taking inspiration from what Lyrian and Palace are doing, he'll try to improvise a little bit of moves himself. Maybe it has to do with that stomping as well that he tried following after Palace. But rather than adding like a more like intimidating flair to it, he'll just try adding some inspiration, adding some improvisation of his own. So remind me once again what the role is of that.
What are you doing? How are you improvising?
He's like adding like a stomp in time as well.
A stomp would probably be a dexterity then.
Dexterity? All right.
Yep.
Not the greatest at that. But I rolled a 19 for an 18 total.
Great. So Cass will get advantage on the next roll.
Nice.
And if you want to, you can add a flourish that will be added onto Cass's DC.
Yes. I think as like an accidental flourish, Jared will just add like a sort of like a in time, like a like with this voice as like kind of like a himself being surprised with himself, but also just we're sort of working out as like a sort of like a vocal cue on accident as well.
Okay.
Um,
So roll a d6 and add your dex modifier.
Dex modifier. Okay, that's a 4 total.
Okay, cool. So Cass, when it comes to you, you'll be adding a 4 to your roll,
Thanks.
as well as getting advantage.
Nice.
Lyrian.
I am so nervous. I feel like it's better to let Pellis execute the actual performance moves of the core of the dance after my last mistake. And so I will go for the improvise action again using Dex.
Yeah, what are you doing to improvise?
I think I am. How would you describe the mood of the song? Is it just upbeat, jovial, or is there anything else like that you would specify?
It's a waltz, so it's got like sort of like a elegant, sort of regal. Somber might not be the right word, but like a serious tone.
Okay.
It's not a jaunt.
Yeah. I think I will light a bit of my incense to sort of add a visual sort of effect that accentuates kind of twirls and hand motions and things like that.
Okay. I think, from what I'm imagining, this will probably be a charisma check.
Ah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Have I any say in the matter?
If you offer something more physical, then sure. But if
Yeah,
the
I
point
think-
is to accentuate flourishes visually,
Yeah. I'll have to change the moves themselves. Yeah, so I'll add additional twirls and spins, like full circles on one toe type of a deal.
okay. I think then it's a dexterity check.
Okay. Here goes something, y'all. And the bond that you've given me, Nick, can I use it again, or was it a one use?
You can use it once every turn. So
Okay. And my DC, Johnny, that I have to meet?
15.
Okay, I've met it. 17 base plus 3 is 20.
A dirty 20.
Awesome.
A dirty
All right.
20.
So you succeed, and these flourishes that you're adding, this improvisation, it is. Sir Pips now is also kind of like sitting forward and watching the two of you as you dance, and he seems where Lady Petal seems excited, Sir Pips seems intrigued, and Pellis, on the next go around, you're going to have advantage. Nice. All right, Cass.
Got to do the dancing.
Gotta dance.
You're doing good, Jared. Just keep up. We're almost there.
You can dance if you wanna.
What is my DC?
27. 27.
Hey!
But you've got advantage and you're adding a +4 to it.
And with my +3 already, means I can only hit this on a natural 20.
So you have +7.
No. No. That is
What'd you get?
a 19.
Try doing some style. Add some style.
Oh, I for some reason I thought you said that you could only do that on.
I may have said that, and it was a misspeak on my part.
Okay, then yeah. I mean, again, I'll just use acrobatics to try and Yeah, I can maybe hit this then. That is a 8 plus 8. So I think that is exactly 27.
Yeah, it is. And meeting the DC is getting it. So
I've never been more nervous to dance.
yeah, you see like this sense of there's like a nervous air that kind of enters the room as you go into this next sequence. And you even see the druid Belathan sitting towards the end of the table next to Lady Petal, leaning forward, watching you carefully as you dance. And you hit this flourish, and it's like you almost miss the step, and then at the last second you kind of just like twirl your foot as if it's what you always meant to do, and everyone believes it.
All right, we're good. I got it.
That was really good, guys.
Thank you. Now I'm really nervous though.
That's all right. You're doing
Alright.
wonderful.
Once again, some of the waking root stumble. And this time, one of them falls exhausted as another
No.
just tries to carry her friend off of the dance floor. Now, however, the Fae, seeing the way that you guys have been dancing, begin to dance even harder with more grace. It's like they saw your dancing and rallied as a result. The DC is going to be 22 for Pellis.
All right, we're
Got it.
dancing.
You got it.
I got advantage, man.
Just
I'm
don't
just-
roll too high.
Yeah, Pellis just keeps dancing, man. We're just dancing. Okay. That is a 16.
All right. Did you want to try and add any sort of a flourish to see if you can bump it up to meet the DC?
Yeah. I think Pellis will like misstep, and he'll try to instead like step in like a fraction time. So like he stumbles, but then he tries to like turn it into like just more steps within the same beat.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a
So, like,
d6 and
flourish.
add your dexterity modifier.
Throwing a random triplet in there.
Ba, 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 ba.
Exactly.
Um
Hop, skip, and a jump a do.
I think that's just enough. I rolled a 3 plus 3 is 6. And then so I add that to my roll, and that's 22.
22, yeah.
22. That meets it.
Wow. Yeah.
How's that for not making it higher?
Perfectly met.
So you hit the fifth point in the sequence, and you and Lyrian both feel as if like you didn't even notice yourselves being any sort of compulsion, but it feels almost as if your feet stop on their own, and like you don't feel like you need to dance anymore. And
Alice will do a
Lady
little bow.
Petal stands up and it's clapping for the two of
And
you.
he'll sort of like pull Lyrian into it, so like they do like a duet bow.
Wow.
Oh, that was fun.
Now they got a
Cast
kiss.
Jared, you have not hit all 5 in the sequence, and yet you feel a sense that if you succeed here, you will be able to stop as well.
Are you talking to us?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. What's
Okay.
the DC? Oh, it's
22.
Jared.
Jared, sorry. I said Cass and Lyrian, but I meant Cass and Jared.
Okay. 22.
So 22. Jared.
I think we're better off if Jared keeps doing what he's been doing and just letting Cass do her thing. So he's gonna do
Just setting her up.
exactly what he did last time. He's gonna do a little improvisation. This time there's a little skip in there. Maybe he does a little heel click. He's getting a little overconfident. But you know, is there a way to roll with charisma using the improvisation instead of
If you do something
dexterity?
charismatic instead of physical, yeah.
Yeah, I think I think with this newfound confidence, and I think also just a part of something about being in the Fey realm, as they're like spinning, doing this waltz, he'll like try to like lock eyes with Sir Pips or Lady Petal and like throw like a little wink at them and like a smirk as he goes,
All right, yeah. Go ahead and roll.
okay.
Charisma.
Okay, that's a dirty 20. 17 plus 3 from the charisma.
All right,
Well-
Cass will have advantage on the next roll.
Never mind. Sorry, just straight charisma skill. I was looking at the
Your
saving.
charisma modifier plus
Yeah,
your roll
ability rather. So that would just be an 18 then.
still passes.
Cool.
All right. Lyrian and Pellis are done dancing, so it's your turn, Cass.
All right, we're almost there, Jared. Eyes on me. We got this.
Palace doesn't feel the need to dance anymore, but he will like sort of like clap and like circle Jared and Cass and try to like motivate them. I don't think it needs like a mechanical benefit, but that's just what he does.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, what's my DC?
22.
Okay.
With advantage.
Wait.
With advantage.
You improvised last time, Jared?
Yeah.
Did you not want to do the bonus action to flourish?
Oh, sure. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Flourish.
Say the word flourish, and it shall be.
Considering he's dancing and leading, I think the flourish that Jared attempts to add is he attempts to, even though Cass is leading, he attempts to throw in a little spin.
Oh, I love it.
Is he twirling Cass, or is he twirling himself?
Twirling.
You being twirled?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So that'd be
Love it.
roll d6 plus your dex mod.
Okay. 3.
3.
Alright.
Excellent.
Okay. I'm rolling. That is a 25.
Huh.
Amazing. You hit that, and the music stops very suddenly, and Sir Pips, who was at the table, is now standing beside you and Jared. And he looks around at all four of you, kind of takes you all in a single glance, and that was marvelous dancing. The sort I haven't seen here in an age.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Lady Petal appears beside you guys, and she actually like takes Pellis's like arm, like she like clasps Pellis's arm. And now, what is it that you came for besides these? And she kind of waves dismissively towards the waking root, who are still dancing, by the way.
It's just those.
No, not just those. Do not
Oh.
bore her, Pellis.
Sorry.
Oh, she looks over at you, Lyrian.
We wish to know a secret about the gods. Take any god that you like. Your pick is of great interest to us.
And what sort of secret did you want to know? Did you want to know that Gadwil is a boar? That Braithiam is a bastard? That Ryothu is handsome and clever, but way too dour? Did you want to know that Gorgad is not nearly as impressive as he would seem on paper. Maybe you want to know that Dystall isn't even really a god. What sort of secret would you like?
I really want Jared to like let out a little woo, but that's not what Jared would do.
Be that tea girl.
You hear Pellis, like you can see Pellis like immediately want to say something at that, especially that final statement, and he just stops, doesn't say anything, but it clearly was about to.
The tea you have provided is quite delicious already, Lady Petal. But if you are asking in earnest, and not merely rhetorically, then an exploitable secret is the best kind. Would you not agree?
I couldn't say it better myself. And that's all you want? An exploitable secret from the gods. You shall have it before you could even answer.
Oh, no.
Leon and Firin, Brathiam's wives, they hate one another and they try to keep their domains as separate as possible. People think that they work in concert, sharing everything they know with the god of judgment, but they compete with one another and they couldn't be less alike. If you want to gain the secrets of the universe, and you seem like one who does, pit them against one another. Make sure that Brathiam doesn't know what Leon and Firin don't know about each other, and then slowly but surely, you can hit them against one another.
Lyrian bows with gratitude.
She looks over at you, Pellis, and kind of pats your hand in the arm that she's clasping. Goes, your gods are not so far from all of you as you would think they are. They are petty, cruel children. Anywho, you seem like you want to go home. And she claps,
smile.
and you all disappear. You are standing in the grasslands.
Well,
Are the rest of the waking route with us? Because
Nope.
oh,
Miriam asked for a secret about the gods instead.
Well, she said just these, and I said not just these. I thought she'd be bored by us merely asking for them to be freed, and I didn't want to disappoint.
If you're not careful, the Fae will try to steer you away from the thing you really want so they can give you something else.
Oh, Lyrian.
So we have to go back to the Fae realm? Lyrian!
I'll go alone this time.
No, that's a terrible idea.
Did you not get them? Celine's walking up to you. She's been waiting.
Oh, good, you're
Lyrian
back.
asked for something else.
Some of them danced well. They may yet be released. But we do
Are
not.
they with Pips and Petal?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
If you didn't get them now, you're not going to get them. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I've committed a great error.
Well, maybe we can use what you gained in some manner.
It's all right. We'll find a way, Lyrian. We'll figure it out.
Yes, hope is never lost. It's you could tell on her face, she doesn't believe what she's saying, but it's always possible.
I think too this entire time as well too, since this all happened so quickly, Jared and Cass were still in a dancing position.
Yeah. First
Cass,
chance Jared gets.
Yeah, Cass blushes as soon as she realizes, let's go.
Yep. Okay.
Did they say Dystall is not a god? Did I hear that right?
That was the last thing that she whispered, yes.
So where do your powers come from then, Pillis?
So that one didn't make sense to me.
Make an insight check if you want to. You don't have to.
I would love to.
Anyone can.
Also, given that this is an ability check, and I still have Emboldened Bond open.
Oh yeah.
I will roll a d4 to assist myself.
Okay.
Insight. Let's see here. Okay. Non-natural 20.
Okay. you get the sense, and you can't be entirely sure it's not that you're not feeling this just because you want it to be the truth, but you get the sense that everything she said about the gods up until she gave Lyrian her secret was not necessarily a truth. It was meant to titillate
Mm.
and scandalize.
So there's a bit of truth in those.
Yeah, I mean, it could be some half truth, right? Like he's different from the other gods and what is established to be a god.
Yeah, we'll have to explore that more next time.
Wow.
Wow.
Amazing.
We danced our hearts out.
We did it. We
We did
failed.
it, and then we
We
didn't.
failed.
We literally didn't do it, actually.
Deep
At least we got
regret.
out, I guess. There's that.
That's
At least
you
it's
know,
no one's fault but Lyrian's.
That's,
There's
yep,
that.
that's right.
Ellis tried to stop you. And
Thank you
pretty
guys
much-
Much
for-
love.
We learned some
Thank you,
juicy
listeners, for
news.
joining us. We hope you had as much fun as we did. We will be back again. If you're on the stream with us, we'll be back again in 2 weeks. If you're listening on the podcast, we'll be back next week. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.